Good evening, everyone. It is 6:30, so I'll go ahead and call this meeting of the Alpharetta City Council and public hearing for April 28th, 2025 to order. I do want to announce, if you've got the printed agenda, that item MP-25-01/CU-25-05, Fulton Science Academy, Cousins Westside MP Pod R, has been deferred by the applicant, and that will be heard on June 23rd, 2025. The City Council meeting will be published for that evening. I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order with the roll call. We actually have all members of council present and accounted for, except for Mayor Pro Tem Merkel, who will not be able to join us this evening. And as always, we begin our meetings with a Pledge of Allegiance, so if you're willing and able, please stand and join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So the first item up now will be the work session items, City Council fiscal year 2026 priorities. Mr. Lagerbloom, I believe you'll lead that discussion.
And you can tell I was already split attention tonight and need to pull it up here real quick, so just give me 1 second. Just by way of some background, after our retreat, as we've done in previous years, we took what we thought your comments were from that retreat and worked those into top priorities and priorities, as well as then some actionable items underneath each one of those. What was included in the packet is our attempt at guessing what you all would have said if we had worked together in a group to put those together. We're in workshop tonight just because I'm not looking for a vote. We'll be looking for a vote after we get your feedback. And I'm not expecting you all to read both of those pages tonight in their entirety to even provide that feedback tonight, because we have plenty of time. I just wanted to get it on the agenda and have it introduced to you. And then also tell you that the formatting looks a little bit different. And if you spot that and go, why does it look different? The reason it looks different is because it would match and integrate right into our newly launched and designed website. So that's why it's taken the appearance that it's taken and looks different than it's looked in prior years. So let me just go to it here real quick. And for the record, I'll just say that most of them stayed the same with just different deliverables. Let me just kind of borrow your screen. Perfect. This is what happens when you have a prepared attorney. And I guess I should mention, too, I've got sitting next to me, I've been talking with one of our students from Alpharetta High School who's joined me tonight. So she and I were talking prior to the meeting. This is Gia, and Gia serves on a newly formed Mayor's Advisory Committee that we've started to meet with from Alpharetta High School, where we've engaged students. So she's a high school junior with Alpharetta High School. So I told her she's responsible for all the good decisions tonight, and I'm responsible for all the bad advice. So that's how we'll be navigating tonight. She's here to kind of shadow and learn what we do in local government. So we welcome her with us tonight. So just to put on the record, and then I think honestly for tonight we can move on with the agenda, and I'd be happy to take your feedback after you've really digested it. But we've captioned these in strategic growth and redevelopment of North Point. We know that's terribly important. And for the future, being a safe and welcoming community, communications, a focus on enhanced communications, downtown Alpharetta, the Alpha Loop and Greenway, and recreation, parks and culture, infrastructure and facilities maintenance, economic development, always focused on the fact that we are a large employer and that we focus on our staff and people, as well as transportation and traffic. So they very nicely align very similarly with what we had last year. There's more specificity. Obviously, as we move forward in years, things become more specific. And where we called out certain types of growth at North Point, we know a little bit more about that now than we might have a year ago, so things have just gotten more certain. After you all review this and we get some sort of approval by resolution, we will amend these in the ClearPoint system that we use so that we can continue to track progress and then report that progress to you on a regular basis electronically, as well as more formally during the city's annual retreat. And we'll just keep this cycle going, and it seems to keep us with a good vision, a good place to know that we're working smartly, and that the work that we do as your staff is in line with what your vision for the city of Alpharetta is. I'm happy to take any comments you might have tonight or any questions, and then I just ask for your feedback on this document over the next couple weeks.
I believe Councilman Hypes has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Lagerbloom, this is a city council priorities. Should we read into anything about the order in which these are presented, or can we make it clear to the public that although this is about priorities, this is not numbers 1 through et cetera?
That's correct, and that's why we lined it up rather than in some linear fashion. It's just lined up on 2 pages where they each have their own column. They're all important to us, but that's also why there's only 10. Is because if I go back, 2 or 3 years, there was 144, and that becomes very, very, very difficult to manage. But that's the reason now why there's 10, and they're 10 of equal importance.
Any other questions or thoughts from council? I think it's certainly a good summary of a lot of the topics we discussed as priorities, so look forward to bringing it forward at some point.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So the next item up on the agenda this evening will be the consent agenda. Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards on the consent agenda?
We do not, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. However, if there's anyone that wants to come forward on the consent agenda, now's your chance. Seeing none. The items on the consent agenda are the City Council meeting minutes from the meeting of April 14th, 2025, Wills Overlook Subdivision Pedestrian Access Easement, and agreement approvals for the Youth Athletic Associations for Ambush Soccer, AYBA, and AYSA. Does anyone have any comments or anything you would like to withdraw from the consent agenda this evening? Seeing none, I'll call for a motion.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second. We have a motion by Councilman Mitchell, second by Councilman Brady, and that is to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor, please vote yes. And the consent agenda passes unanimously. So that'll wrap that up, and we'll move on to the public hearing portion of tonight's meeting. First item under public hearing this evening is V-25-06 DRB Group, Charlotte Drive, waiting period variance. Director Cook, I believe you have this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The first item before you, the applicant DRB Group, is requesting a variance to reduce the waiting period for council consideration of a zoning decision on the same property from 12 months to 6 months. And just to remind you, although state law allows an applicant to come back within 6 months, UDC subsection 4.2.1 requires a 12-month waiting period for council consideration of a zoning change on the same property. Property is located at 12265 Charlotte Drive, near the northeast corner of Charlotte Drive and Rucker Road. Staff has reviewed the applicant's proposal and believes the variance request is within the allowable time frame, and we are recommending approval of a reduction in the waiting period. And happy to answer any questions you may have.
Do we have any questions for Director Cook? Councilman Will.
Kathy, can you remind us why it got pushed out 12 months and why we're asking it to be shrunk to 6 now?
So the request for the 6-month reduction is so that they can come back because they're in the middle of submitting for their land disturbance permit, and they'd like to be able to remove a condition which required curb and gutter along the frontage. So because they're in the middle of that land disturbance permit, time is of the essence to see if that's something that council would consider.
Any Councilman Dorito?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Kathy, when we met on this last week, just for the record, could you explain the curb and gutter matter as far as along Charlotte Drive and the the amount of homes that don't have curb and gutter there, so.
Sure, and that would be, I mean, I can explain it with this request or the second request, which will be heard if council reduces the waiting period.
Okay.
But
Whatever you think is more appropriate then. You want to wait?
and I don't know if
That's
that's.
fine with me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council?
Mayor, if before you call the public hearing, I could read the public hearing procedures.
Well, it's probably a good time for you to do that then.
Thank you. So these would apply to all public hearings on the agenda tonight. An individual requesting to be heard on a matter related to the purpose of the hearing must be recognized by the mayor before addressing the city council. Upon rising to speak, the speaker must identify himself or herself and furnish a home or business address before proceeding with any comments or remarks. The council will allow the proponents a total of 10 minutes to speak in support of an application. Opponents will be allowed 10 minutes to speak in opposition. Comments are accepted first from the applicant, followed by persons speaking in favor, and then from those in opposition. Upon conclusion of any opposing comments or presentations, the mayor will allow the applicant to offer rebuttal if any time is remaining in the original allotted 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. So, Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards on this item?
We do not have for this item. We do have for the next item, I believe. Yes, that is correct.
Thank you very much. So do we have a motion from council on this item?
Yes, Mayor Gilvin, make a motion that council approve V-25-06 DRB Group / Charlotte Drive to reduce the waiting period for a zoning decision on the same property from 12 to 6 months.
Have a motion by Councilman Hypes. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Brady. Any discussion, gentlemen? All those in favor of the motion to approve, please vote yes. And the suspense.
We just don't have it up on our screens, Mr. Mayor, but that did pass. I'm seeing on the other screen 6-0.
Okay. Thank you for resolving that. So it has passed unanimously. So I would assume now that we have allowed the change in the variance for the waiting period, we'll move on to the next item, which is PH-25-08 DRB Group, Charlotte Drive, change of condition. Once again, Director Cook, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. The applicant, DRB Group of Georgia, is requesting a change to a previous condition of zoning related to a 41-lot for-sale, single-family detached subdivision on 36.78 acres. Of course, that's at the corner of Charlotte Drive and Rucker Road. The applicant is requesting a change of condition to remove a requirement for curb and gutter along the property frontage on Charlotte Drive in order to maintain the rural character of the rest of the street. And a rezoning was approved on the property on October 21st, 2024, and this is the plan that was approved. So the applicant is requesting to remove the condition number 7. It required that curb and gutter be placed along Charlotte Drive. And then there's one lot in between where the roundabout's located at Rucker, and there's one lot here at the corner. So there is a lot in between that roundabout and the subdivision development. They're requesting the removal of the curb and gutter because they want it to have the same aesthetic as the rest of Charlotte Drive. Over the years, I think that the first one was in 2011 that we had new development on Charlotte Drive, and it was approved without curb and gutter along along Charlotte Drive. We had a lot of residents that came out and said, we want to maintain the character that we have there, which is the larger lot. You have half-acre lots, and some of them are much larger than half-acre. And they wanted to maintain that look of a more rural street. So this is across the street. This is the property in question, and this is the property that was approved in 2011, 2012, and the curb and gutter was not required. And here's another look at both sides, the property that we're talking about this evening, as well as previous development that's across the street. So they want to be able to be similar to the properties across the street. And we also took a look on Charlotte Drive to see where the curb and gutter exists. And so on this plat, The roadway with Charlotte Drive, of course, from Mid-Broadwell all the way to Rucker, we found this area, which is, I think it was developed in the late 80s, and they did install curb and gutter as part of that development, but that's the only location along this entire area of Charlotte Drive that we found the curb and gutter that exists. The report submitted by the applicant states that property owners within 500 feet were notified. They didn't have anybody contact them. However, staff did have 2 emails that were sent to us from residents. One of the residents was in support of removing the requirement for curb and gutter. Another resident was against the removal of the curb and gutter because of concerns with drainage. They were also concerned with the barrier being removed, which could protect people along the sidewalk. We did, of course, discuss with Public Works. They were in agreement if the reasoning was to keep the aesthetics along Charlotte Drive, but they did want us to recommend a condition, if it's approved, that requires that the applicant address any runoff or drainage that would typically be addressed with direction along the curb and gutter. So we are recommending, staff is recommending approval of the request. So approval would change condition number 7 by removing the requirement for curb and gutter. And it would also add a new condition that we're recommending, which is that the developer shall construct an off-site sidewalk connection along Charlotte Drive and connecting to the sidewalk at Rucker Road Roundabout. Sidewalk improvements shall be eligible for impact fee credits in conjunction with a development agreement. And the reason we added to have the off-site sidewalk construction is because there's a missing gap here from the roundabout that was built by the city, what the applicant is proposing. So we're requesting that this off-site piece be constructed in exchange for impact fees to just connect that gap. And of course, it would be done, constructed within the right-of-way. And that concludes staff presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer those.
Do we have any questions for Director Cook on this item? Councilman Mitchell?
Thank you, Kathy. What did our flood engineer think about not doing and does that area have a history of flooding?
That area does not have a history of flooding, but I should have read the rest of condition 7. That's a good question because Public Works, as well as our stormwater engineer, did ask for us to add to number 7, streetscape modifications shall be permitted for the purpose of tree preservation or utility conflicts. But it also says that the streetscape design shall include an appropriate drainage system and shall consider future infrastructure such as gas and fiber. So just like when we reviewed the development across the street, we'll have to ensure that any water does not pond on the road, that it actually can go into the drainage system that will be created within the development.
And is that before or after it's built?
That's before. I mean, that's something that we have to look at as part of the review, as part of the land disturbance permit process. And they're in the middle of that process now. So removal of if the removal of the curb and gutter is approved, there's a condition that requires that we see how that water flow across Charlotte Drive will be directed internally. And in this area too, there's not a low water table, as some areas within the city would have a lower water table. We don't see any concern with getting the water where it needs to be within the development.
I guess my main concern is it puddling on the road if there's not a
Sure.
gutter for it to go into. And we did add it in one section with new development. So it's puzzling to me why one side of it wouldn't have that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Director Cook? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards?
We do not, Mr. Mayor.
However, if anyone would like to come speak on this item.
Oh, my apologies, Mr. Mayor. I thought you had asked a different question. We do have 2 comments. We have, I apologize, is it Karan Paul Pendyala? If you'd like to come forward. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Kiran. I live in the Preserve on Charlotte Drive. I'm representing the Homeowners Association for the Preserve on Charlotte Drive neighborhood. That's the left side neighborhood in the picture. The concern from the people in our neighborhood is that whenever it rains, there's a lot of storm water that kind of piles up in the backyards of a couple of houses. And some of the other houses also had issues with stormwater piling up, and in fact, one of the houses in the beginning had to be, all of the wood has to be taken out and some remediation has to be done. I think I was told for at least some of the houses, the water table was kind of pretty high. But long story short, my only concern with this application is the stormwater runoff entering into our neighborhood and creating problems.
If that's all you have to say, thank you,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah.
We appreciate your
Thank you.
comments. Did you say there were any other comments?
The next speaker in opposition is Tracy Puckett.
Just to clarify, do we have anyone in favor speaking in favor? We usually call that first. Yes. So I have the time that that gentleman spoke, but we normally call in favor pursuant to our public hearing procedures. So I would say hold off on that next comment and have the applicant speak first.
Anyone who would like to come forward and speak in favor of the project, please do so.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, esteemed council members. My name is Chris Owens. I live at 7425 Mid-Broadwell Trace, which is just north of this proposed development on Charlotte Drive. The residents of Charlotte Drive and I have worked very hard to maintain the rural character that Kathy Cook mentioned in her presentation. As a matter of fact, the developments immediately across Charlotte Drive from this applicant were required to omit curb and gutter and provide that rural character, as well as face homes outward rather than inward that face Charlotte Drive, which I believe is very important to the corridor. In my opinion, I was here to voice support during the original zoning 6 months ago. In my opinion, the requirement of curb and gutter was likely an oversight by staff and the applicant, because there was much discussion about maintaining the existing character of Charlotte Drive. Omission of curb and gutter does not change the stormwater requirements as spelled out in the ordinance. It just dictates how the stormwater is managed. And an engineer will be able to solve for that, and I believe the staff has recommended to council conditions that will allow that to be implemented appropriately. So I would voice support for omitting the curb and gutter so that we can maintain that character of Charlotte Drive, which is somewhat unique in the city, and I'd appreciate your support in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Shapiro?
I believe the next speaker is the applicant that would like to come forward.
Sorry, I was in opposition.
Right now, we're, for those who are speaking in favor, and the applicant does need to make their presentation, and then we'll head back to opposition. I apologize.
Good evening, council. My name is Cameron Heath, and I'm here on behalf of DRB Group, the applicant. I just wanted to address some of the concerns that we heard from Tracy before from her email about stormwater and safety mostly. So we also have our engineer here, Satir Christopher, to explain any of the technicalities of the stormwater design. But essentially keeping the water and as close to the grass as possible is actually better to prevent gutter spreading and water ponding into the road, because the drains are a certain amount of feet apart. It actually creates more of a risk for ponding in the road when you do have the curb and gutter. So that's why we're recommending, and we originally designed in our zoning plan to not have curb and gutter, and we never really talked through that with staff. It was an oversight on our end by not realizing it was in the conditions when it wasn't shown on our site plan. And then the second thing I want to talk about, staff had showed where the existing curb is, and I kind of want to show that again for visual. So when I talked to our traffic engineer about the safety concerns, he had mentioned that curb is definitely not a safety tool. It's mostly for stormwater. And a car veering into the sidewalk will not be stopped by a curb. It's used to control traffic. So as you can see, it's installed where the Charlotte Drive turns. Generally, it's a very straight road, and the speed limit is 35. And we did a study where the average is 40 miles per hour, but still not a very fast-moving road. So the curb is existing where the road starts to turn. And then, of course, it's on Rucker Road around the roundabout. So it's used more to control cars, or in the adjacent subdivision, it's around the entrance point where people are turning in. So it's usually just a traffic controlling measure, and there shouldn't be any risk of cars veering into the sidewalk. But we do have that grass strip, just like the adjacent subdivision. It's 6 feet wide, the sidewalk 5 feet wide. Then we also are required to have the street lit up, so it's going to be very well lit. There's even going to be some street trees there. So I don't think pedestrian safety is going to be a concern without the curb and gutter. And I'll save the rest of my time for any questions or further rebuttal.
Thank you. If you could, you might want to answer some questions. I believe we may have some from council. Councilman Hypes?
Thank you, Mayor. Taking into account a prior speaker's desire to maintain the rural character of the area, there has been development along Charlotte Drive, and I, for the life of me, cannot remember the number of homes that are going into this development. Can you help me with that?
41.
Okay. So, but, you know, looking at Google Maps, it does appear to be a large field right now, which would absorb rainfall, et cetera, and there's going to be an increase in impervious surface, which will run off. And a prior speaker indicated that that can be engineered. So here comes my question. It was previously approved with curb and gutter. I don't know, but I'm going to take a guess, and you can correct me, that the water runoff and engineering for that was a curb and gutter, took that into account. If there is no curb and gutter, what's being changed about how water runoff will come off this impervious surface so that it's channeled appropriately, both today and say for 10 years from now?
Sure. I'm going to have Sotir answer the bulk of that question, but essentially we can't, him and Jill have worked very closely together to make sure that our stormwater runoff can't get any worse than it is now, its existing condition. It has to be the same or better. So as far as the longer term design on.
Yeah, and I'm also interested if it was water runoff was engineered a particular way with curb and gutter, are you doing something differently? How are you taking this into account? Because I think some questions have been brought up along those lines.
Sure. From a stormwater management, I'm sorry, I'm Sotir Christopher Planning and Engineering, doing the design on this subdivision. It's just a matter of how you collect the water is the only thing that's changing. The stormwater management itself still has to follow the rules and regulations. And again, as she's mentioned, we work with the city engineer, and we're almost near the end of getting to that point. But we're not redirecting water, going a different direction. We're taking it the same place, whether it has curb and gutter or not, and treating it the same way in compliance with the rules and regs. So I don't think that the curb and gutter, again, is just a matter of how you're collecting it, not treating it.
So if the water were to make its way to the road where it was curb and gutter and go into the gutter, then the storm water drain would take it away someplace, correct?
Correct. We would install catch basins to catch the water into a pipe system.
And then take it away.
Now we're putting a pipe in the ditch to collect the water.
Okay, now you're sort of getting to the heart of my question. What are you doing with the water that would have gone down the hole that's along the edge of the road?
There's an existing ditch there that will be maintained, and a lot of it will be maintained in its natural state as best we can to preserve the trees that are along the frontage, which is also a big concern and has been a big issue through the zoning process.
The drainage ditch, and that's probably a more polite term for it than that.
Correct.
Is that in the public right-of-way, or would that be on the private development property?
Within the public right-of-way.
Okay, and who has the obligation to maintain that?
I guess typically, I mean, ultimately, it's in the public right-of-way, so it's it's Public Works that would have to maintain it if there's a significant issue. It typically is maintained, cutting grass like every other subdivision. HOAs typically want to maintain their frontage.
But you all would install it as part of the
Correct.
development?
Correct.
And have the specifications for installing that rather than curb and gutter been addressed with Public Works? Size of the pipe, frequency of the catch basins, et cetera, or however it would work in a drainage ditch?
We currently have it designed with curb and gutter because that's what
I understand
trying to
that.
move through the process. We will remove that and address it appropriately. So the storm system would be partially redesigned, but mainly just the inlets. The pipe system,
Okay.
size of it, we're not changing the amount of water going to the pipe, so it's going to stay the same.
So whatever gets designed and installed in this drainage ditch, as applicant, would you be agreeable to subject to Public Works approval?
Absolutely.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
I believe we had another question. Councilman Will?
So the way I understand it, we have a sidewalk that's going to be 6 feet off the road, is that correct?
Yes.
And 6 feet is enough for a drainage ditch and piping and everything else?
That grass strip will be flat. As the cross slope of the road, the water will go across that grass strip, across the sidewalk, and then into the drainage ditch. So the ditch is going to be placed past the sidewalk.
Correct, between the sidewalk and the road.
No. That grass strip, the 6-foot grass strip, is going to be flat. So the water, just like in that picture that you see right there, that grass is just flat. The water will go across it, and the ditch is behind the sidewalk, away from the road.
Okay, so the ditch is on the homeowner's side,
That's correct.
and you're saying that that ditch on the homeowner's side would then be the responsibility of the city to maintain. Would that also be our responsibility to maintain the grass between the sidewalk and the street?
Again, this is probably, I don't know legally what's supposed to happen. I think the city is supposed to maintain everything within the right-of-way, but the way it always works is the HOAs take care of their frontage because they want it to look better than the city is going to maintain it. As far as the frequency of cutting it, fertilizing it, irrigating, things like that. So
So just for clarity, you're saying the HOA is going to take care of the street to the sidewalk, but we're responsible from the sidewalk to the other side of the ditch?
the HOA is probably going to take care of the entire frontage as far as cutting the grass. I think where we're getting kind of crossed is if there was a drainage issue, a significant drainage issue, something happened or the sidewalk cracked, I think it is the city's obligation to repair that. But I think the way it's maintained is for a mowing and aesthetic standpoint, it's maintained by the HOA typically. I don't know if there's a rule that states that. I think HOAs choose to do that to keep the aesthetic and value of their frontage. But again, I could be wrong on that. I'm not a legal expert.
Since you could be wrong, I'm going to ask Director Cook if maybe she could provide some clarity.
I don't know if I said that.
Mayor and council, so the sidewalk and the right-of-way would be maintained by Public Works once it's dedicated. So once it's constructed, we would, our department would inspect prior to dedication. We also put it on a one-year maintenance bond, is what we call it. So if there's any cracking or anything that happens, the developer would have to replace it before it's finally accepted by the city. So we could put as part of that, that the drainage pipe that's within the ditch could be maintained by the HOA, if you want clarity within that condition. Sidewalks are never maintained by the HOAs because they're always placed in the right-of-way. And just like if we would have curb and gutter that was in the right-of-way with the catch basins that get cracked and the curb and gutter that has to be replaced, we would have to replace that also.
Councilman Mitchell?
Thank you. For the developer, so let me be clear. I grew up in a rural area where we had ditches on the side of the road, so I never skid anywhere, and it drained off fine. And I like the idea of the ditch being behind the sidewalk, because if somebody is on their iPhone or whatever, it gives a little leadway with that 2-foot plane there. But let me be clear. Inside the development, the houses are going to face Charlotte, right?
Yes,
Not
the
the rear of
ones
the
on
houses.
the
Okay.
5 along Charlotte will face Charlotte.
Okay, and then to also maintain that character and to take care of the runoff within the development, it's my understanding that you're going to have curb and gutter inside the development.
Correct.
Which will absorb all of that runoff for the impervious space.
Correct. All the pipes go into the ponds, which go into other.
Okay, thank you, I'm good
Yep.
with it. I'm good, thank you.
Any other, Councilman Brady?
I'm just going to follow up on Director Cook's comments about the maintenance of the pipe, because like Mr. Mitchell or Councilman Mitchell mentioned, in a rural area, I've seen this all the time, right? It goes in there and we understand it, but then you get a flash flood, accumulates some debris. It's the pipe underneath the entrance road, right? The egress and ingress of the property, more than likely, they'll congregate a bunch of debris, sticks and stuff. You see this, they got to go get that out, right? In certain areas that will be, and I'm not exactly sure your plan because we don't have a plan to look at.
Right.
But from experience of looking at, those are usually the critical points. So without having something here today, would you be willing to accept some condition like that?
I think so. I think there already was a proposal of maintaining a proper stormwater system as a condition. So we have to get that all approved in our permit.
So we're really trying to get, it's not the burden of public works because it's in the right of way, you adopt that that burden. Do you understand what I'm saying? Since it's curb and gutter, would normally take that debris off-site. It's in our natural works, but now that it enters into a ditch, that picks up a lot more debris that you would normally find on the shoulder of a road, right? That debris would be grass, sticks, and all that. That goes in to somewhat of a pipe. That's what I'm assuming.
Correct. I think because it's an HOA that's going to be maintaining their frontage, mowing it, cutting it, that's when they notice those things, the clogging or whatever, and it'll be maintained at that point. So for the frequency of maintenance of that is probably like most subdivisions.
So like I said, I mean, I understand the mow, blow, and go, and the maintenance and all that kind of, it's when that debris goes into a pipe that's underneath some kind of concrete or asphalt or something without seeing your plan, that's usually where it builds up. I just want, that's where kind of the maintenance comes in to clean that pipe out so you don't have backup.
Correct.
The backup is the concern. It backs up into there, that backup goes into the ditch, the backup goes over the sidewalk, that goes into the road. It just becomes a domino effect. That's what I'm getting to.
Yes, correct.
So you're okay with taking that?
Taking the maintenance on, yeah, I think every, again, like I stated, I think every HOA maintains their own frontage from an aesthetic standpoint, and that's.
Because that's the concern. So thank you.
Director Cook, do you believe the current conditions will suffice in doing that?
Mayor, under the recommendation where it says approve, and it has a new condition, number 7, I think it would be better to add, after the streetscape design shall include an appropriate drainage system to be maintained by the HOA. So that'll make it clear that even if it's in the right-of-way, they have to maintain that. So just adding that to be maintained by the HOA.
Thank you. Councilman Dorito?
Thank you. Just a question for our city attorney, Ms. Eswine. For my education, are we able to do that on a public right-of-way that we maintain around the city for most areas and then put the burden on future homeowners there to maintain that, which is basically public property?
Generally, when an applicant or a developer is agreeing to it on the record, I would be more comfortable with it. However, the HOA would be the successor in interest, and if they haven't expressly agreed to it, then I would have to look into it further to see how enforceable it would be. So the issue with enforceability, when it's the person that you're going to be enforcing it against, if they've agreed to it, I have less concern. But once you add in successors, that's when I would have concern. And I would need to look into that a little bit further.
Okay.
Ms. Eswine, do you see any way for us to resolve that issue?
Barring giving me a little time to look into it, which would mean postponing decision for me to be able to come back to you, I don't have any immediate answer, no.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to find out from you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, at this time, we would call for any public comments in favor of the item. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor?
Seeing none, we'll close public comments in favor.
And then now it would be time to open public comment for any opposition.
If there's anyone who would like to speak in opposition to this application, now is your opportunity to do so.
Mr. Mayor and City Council people, thanks for letting me speak. My name is Tracy Puckett. I live at 12220 Charlotte Drive. Directly across the street, you can see my mailbox there on that picture. In all due respect to my neighbor here, Charlotte Drive was a rural area. It is slightly now. When this farmland is gone, it's going to be one of the many changing corridors throughout Alpharetta and Bolton County, really. There are many, many old farmlands that now are neighborhoods. There's new development going in down the street. There's 2 new houses that have just been built. They have curb and gutter. They look really nice. Everything drains off there. I think we're in a transition, and I think the argument to say that we're going to keep a rural aesthetic is just false at this point. The rural aesthetic is that farm that I look out of my window at every single morning, and I'm going to miss it. So I would like for it to be developed properly. I would like for the burden of care not to be shifted to the residents. On my side of the street, we have a ditch. It gets filled up. Your folks are out there quite often cleaning it out. You know, it doesn't work that great. And our property wasn't part of a development. I'm one of the only houses there that's, you know, freestanding. We're on an acre lot there. But water does come across the street. I'm really concerned. I'm not convinced. I went to the community meeting. I'm not convinced about the stormwater plans. So maybe I'd like to see those studies. Maybe y'all should look at those studies more. There's a lot of hesitancy in what's going to happen there. So I'm not convinced about that. I also do believe firmly that curbs and sidewalks are safe for pedestrians. We have a lot of foot traffic in that area, all walking up to Milton, walking to Wills Park. It's one of my favorite things about living exactly where I live. There are a lot of children, mothers, dogs, grandparents. Everybody walks up and down my street in front of my house. We're about to have another 41 houses, I think they said. It's a lot more people that are going to be walking up and down the street. So maybe curbs weren't developed or are meant to protect the public, but they do. You know, my grandson and daughter were walking down Rucker Road, had a car hit the curb and could have jumped the curb. It could have, but it was a little bit of a buffer. I feel like with the increased density on that little tiny street that used to be rural and will no longer be with this new development, that we need that protection. So obviously I'm opposed. I want it to be done the right way. Looks like it's going to be a beautiful neighborhood. And I think we should stick to the standards that we've developed as a city. You know, Alpharetta is beautiful, and I want it to stay that way, and I think we should have the same standards for everybody. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come speak in opposition? Do you have a public comment card for the gentleman?
Those are all the cards that I have.
There's a gentleman back there that does want to speak, and feel free to come forward. I just didn't know if she already had your information.
I'm sorry I didn't fill out the card.
No worries. I don't believe I've seen you here before, so.
I'm Ray Appen. I live on Charlotte Drive, 12630 Charlotte Drive. I live on the other Charlotte Drive that's past Mid-Broadwell. It's the little stretch that runs in front of the library and by the turnaround. And behind my house is a pretty good-sized lake. And there's a pretty substantial water problem with water running off the impervious surfaces behind the library, which is across the street from my house. And it sort of is an informal route, and it ends up in this lake behind my house, which it's not a good thing, and in the long run, it's really not a good thing. So, but I'm not worried about this farmland because it's pretty far away. But what caught my attention was that the engineer, I think, said, well, this water is going to drain into this lake, I think on the farmland. I looked at it on Google Earth. And I guess what I want to say is Charlotte Drive has water issues. And not doing curb and gutter is probably, it's risky, is what I'm thinking. And it's a little bit extra risky when they're planning to drain the water off the impervious surface into apparently this lake on the property. I just think it's probably not a good idea. It probably could work either way, but I agree with the woman who spoke just before me. It's not going to be rural. And really curb and gutter going up and down Charlotte Drive, I walk my dog there a lot, and it is what it is with curb and gutter. It really doesn't change anything that much. So generally speaking, I think it's a risk that isn't necessary to take. That's all I've got to say.
Thanks, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak in opposition to this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment.
Mr. Mayor, there's about 5 minutes and 58 seconds left for rebuttal if the applicant would like to use that time.
The applicant has the opportunity to rebut.
Mr. Mayor, I did see a hand raised in the back, the gentleman in the turquoise.
By a hair, my friend, feel free.
I'll be brief. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Ray Fowler. I live on 12145 Laurelwood Farm Drive. Our house overlooks the lake that we're talking about. And there's a heritage tree there, and I've been assured that that's going to be protected because that's part of a federal stream, all through the country. People are careless with pesticides. And I guess I have a concern about what's going to happen to that water. Are there going to be any kind of safety measures that could filter out or reduce the pesticides that people just, I see people at Home Depot walking out with gallons and gallons of poison crap that they're just going to spray indiscriminately. And there doesn't seem to be any restrictions on that. So is there any way of considering that?
So I'm not really sure what you're asking. Are you in opposition to this application, or are you in?
For the curb and gutter? No, I don't see that that's relevant to my concern, which is the lake that I overlook, and there's going to be a retention pond right next to it. But when all the water that drains from the properties come into the lake that's now poison, how is that going to be addressed, or is it going to be addressed?
I could not tell you how that would be addressed. So if you have anything else to say in opposition of this particular item, feel free. But other than that,
I'm kind of
I
on the
can't
fence
answer your
with
question.
I was talking to the assistant deputy of Fulton County Water, it's a dear friend of mine, and he said, it's all about whether water is one of the best absorption surfaces for water. I mean, grass.
I know, but I'm trying to focus you on the question at hand is, do you oppose the curb and gutter, or are you in favor?
I would like to look at the studies that were done in terms of what's going to distribute water better and what's going to make it safer. I appreciate both sides of the fact that if you add a curb and gutter on one side, it does detract a little from the rural nature of the road. But again, I understand that when you put these homes in, it's already kind of done, but there are degrees of disruption of that aesthetic. So I'm in favor of whatever's going to be best and safest for, a lot of people walk there, and that's a consideration. I think that is the sidewalk proposed to be the same width as the other side, or going to be wider?
Like I said before, I can't answer the question you're asking me.
Okay.
That's not a topic we have spent time researching, and I'm not
Okay.
prepared to
Well,
give you an answer.
wouldn't that be kind of appropriate if we're going to make a comment to know what we're commenting on? Or voting
Sir,
on?
this is not a time for dialogue back and forth with the council. So the mayor's given you direction. So if you have anything else to add to your public comment, I would ask you do that. But the mayor is not in a position to be answering questions like that at this time.
The question is at hand. Do you want us to approve this or not? That's the only choices you have.
The curb and gutter. With the limited information, it's hard to answer that, but I would probably say it would be a good thing. So I'm not in opposition or in favor of it. I had a different question, so maybe that this is not the time or place for it. But when would be the time and place for all these questions?
There will not be another time and place to have this discussion.
So if I understand it, because I'm the president of an HOA, and
I don't understand why you don't seem to understand the question at hand, sir. We're not
I
prepared.
understand the question at hand,
You're
but-
publicly speaking in opposition to an item, so I need you to either explain why you're opposed to the item or take a seat.
I'm opposed to make a decision without inadequate information. How is the drainage, is a study of the drainage going to be public knowledge? Can we look at that?
So again, this is not the time to ask the council questions. So if you have specific concerns or if you're wanting information, then you can reach out to our staff and they'd be in a position to keep you informed on that. The issue that is before the council right now is whether to grant the change in conditions that has been applied for. And so any additional information regarding the stormwater, regarding concerns about potential pollution or any of those things can be, you can send an email to the council and ask for additional information. You can submit an open record request. You can speak with our staff about it. But the council is not in a position to answer any questions on that point right now.
I understand. So you're going to vote on something with that limited knowledge?
We vote on things all the time without having 100% of the information that could possibly ever impact the decisions.
I respect that. Okay. So I think it looks nice without that, but from a safety standpoint, that should be considered. And I'm not a safety.
So you're done.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Shapiro.
Those were all of the individuals, I believe, who's indicated that they would like to speak. So you're more than welcome to close public comment now, Mr. Mayor.
So, well, now would be the time for the rebuttal.
Right,
Mayor.
yeah.
Yes.
Just want to make sure there wasn't anybody else that was going to pop up before we went to them again.
And again, as a reminder, you have 5 minutes and 58 seconds left.
Okay, thank you, guys. I just wanted to make one last closing remark of, you know, the stormwater seems to be the main focus here, and all of that is ironed out in details, design. Everything's going to be safe and per code through staff, through Sotir, through Jill. Staff is supportive. We feel it's a better design. And then again, just aesthetically, we spent a lot of time in this zoning to make sure that we matched the neighboring property look, feel, the home shape facing on Charlotte, the four-board fence, the right-of-way setback of the homes. They weren't conditioned to the curb and gutter, so we just feel it's going to look really choppy and weird if we are. So again, it's, you know, your perception, your opinion of it. The safety of the pedestrians really should not be a concern. It's a straight shot. The cars have the curb on both sides leading up to that as they're making their turn. So we just ask that you approve our request. Thank you.
Thank you. Unless anyone on council has any other questions, I'll go ahead and call for a motion.
Mayor Gilvin, I'd make a motion to defer this item to 5-5, so we give the applicant more time to give us a more specific drainage plan that's not already been submitted with curb and gutter, and to get answers from Ms. Eswine on the successor liability of the maintenance.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Councilman Will, a second by Councilman Dorito. Any discussion? Was this, how did you phrase this? Is a deferral the proper venue?
That's fine. It's postponed for decision only, so not another public hearing. Right.
Okay. Councilman Dorito?
Thank you, Mayor. I was sitting up here and before Councilman Will made his motion, hearing everyone's input. I understand the trying to keep a rural kind of atmosphere along Charlotte Drive there. That is, you know, important. I was concerned about the ability to require an HOA or the future property owners to maintain the ditch or whatever an engineer would call it, the the catch basin for stormwater runoff. Also, got to be honest with you, listening to the comments on both sides of the issue, I don't sense that there is a stormwater plan that was considered in requesting the removal of the curb and gutter. And I think that's critically important to understand fully from our, I think our stormwater engineer should be here explaining to the council her perspective on that and what design she sees would, not only, capture that water properly without creating any puddling or any other water conditions in that area, because we do have a lot of stormwater issues in that area of the city that has cost the city a substantial amount of money each year to try to address. So what I don't want to do is have this thing approved without a fully understanding that how that stormwater is going to be managed. And if it could be done without curb and gutter, I'd like to understand how that would be done, how it affects the lake that this water is going to run into. And so that's the reason why I'm supporting the deferral, because I'd like more information on this, frankly, both from our city staff and the applicant, to make sure that we're protecting the city, that 2 years from now, if we have a stormwater issue there, it doesn't become the taxpayer's issue to have to address with some significant investment of taxpayer money.
Councilman Hypes?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to reiterate and see if we can get some information in, starting with asking the applicant, y'all can nod yes or no, is that enough time to get information back to us, or is that too much of a crunch? Okay. Yeah, I'd like to know what the actual drainage plan will be. If it had previously been something, I'd like to see what y'all are going to do. And if, to my knowledge, that's not been before us. One thing's for certain, when I moved here in 1989, Charlotte Drive was super rural. Downtown Alpharetta was rural. And as every year and decade goes by, every outer road in the city limits of Alpharetta becomes more densified. And as we make these decisions, I'd like to address them on a 5, 10, 20, 30-year prospect. And I don't like the idea that we may have to come back in 10 years and the city put in curb and gutter because of how the nature of Charlotte Drive has changed. There was a time when surface runoff was good enough on Meadows Drive behind Alpharetta Elementary, and then times changed, and more impervious surface came along. And we want to maintain the look and feel of Alpharetta, but we want to plan a city foreseeable in the years and decades to come. So if we can get information from y'all, and if we can get our Public Works Department people here to answer our questions, I would feel much better about this, and I appreciate Councilman Will bringing the deferral, because I think we'll get it right, and that's what matters most.
Any other comment? I'll just say, in addition to the issues that have been addressed here, and I think there's some good points and questions, one of the overarching concerns that I have is recent cases in the state of Georgia where our neighbors, the city of Milton, were denied sovereign immunity for something that was placed in a right-of-way that the city had no idea about, and they're currently trying to appeal over a $30 million lawsuit. And so I have real concerns, and before I could vote it, whether it comes back or not, and there's a great plan, is I'm going to need certainty that by putting a public function on public property is not going to bring liability to us at some point in the future. because I am concerned about that. If there's something set in our right-of-way and there is an accident, and God forbid something terrible happens, I don't want it to be because we did not follow the standard procedure and maintain the right-of-way, and that's my concern. So we'll need to take that up when it does come back, but I do support the deferral to give us time to hopefully resolve some of those concerns. That being said, all of those in favor of this motion to approve the deferral, please vote yes, otherwise vote accordingly. And the motion does pass 5-1. So the next item up on our agenda is item PH-25-04, John C. Weatherford House / 193 Canton Street Historic Designation. This is the first reading, and if you would, Ms. Eswine, please do us the favor of reading that ordinance.
An ordinance by the Mayor and Council of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia, to amend Article 2 of the Unified Development Code of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia, to add the John C. Weatherford House to Appendix B, Historic Resources Inventory, Designated Historic Buildings, to repeal conflicting ordinances, and for other purposes.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Woodman, I believe you have the floor on this item.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The next request is a request for a public hearing in order to designate a structure as historic. The conditions of zoning on the property required that the John C. Weatherford House be saved, restored, and designated as historic. And I do have the location map here on the overhead. This property is located at 193 Canton Street. That's the southeast corner of Canton and Mayfield. If approved, this request would move this property, the structure, from the contributing historic buildings inventory to the designated historic buildings inventory. This property was approved in 2021 to allow a 17-lot single-family detached subdivision on 2.4 acres. And this is the site plan that was approved for this property. The historic structure sits on what's referred to as Lot 9 within the site plan. And as part of the rezoning of this property, they propose to save the John C. Weatherford House and restore that house for use as either a residence or an office. Just a little information about John C. Weatherford House. It was constructed between 1910 and 1920, so it is about 105 to 115 years old. This is a street view of the property today. The site is currently under active construction. The existing structure is about 2,800 square feet, and it was constructed in the folk Victorian style. According to Alpharetta, Milton County, the early years, the John C. Weatherford operated a dairy farm from this property. So looking at the criteria for designation of a historic property in our code, those criteria are limited to if the structure is of historic, cultural, or aesthetic or architectural significance to the city, region, state, or nation. If the structure possesses historic integrity for all periods related to the significance of the property, and if the structure is deemed worthy of preservation by reason of value to the city, region, state, or nation for one of the following reasons. It's an outstanding example of a building representative of its era and over 75 years old, one of a few remaining examples of past architectural styles and over 75 years old, or a place associated with an event or person of historic or cultural significance to the city, region, state, or nation, and is 75 years old. And by way of the Historical Society adding this structure to the initial contributing historic inventory, we believe that this property does meet the criteria for historic designation. The applicant did provide a citizen participation report indicating that they received some comments from the public at the March 12th Community Zoning Information Meeting. Those comments really related to their proposed renovation of the structure, which will be considered by the Historic Preservation Commission as part of a certificate of appropriateness at one of their future meetings. The item was shown to the public at the March 12th Community Zoning Information Meeting, and there were no public comments that were left on our sign-in sheets. The Historic Preservation Commission considered this historic designation of this structure at their April 17th meeting. There were no public comments at that meeting, and the commission recommended unanimous approval of the designation of this structure. And that concludes the presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Councilman Heitz?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Woodman, I watched the Historic Preservation Commission meeting. I thought they did an excellent job. I thought they raised some excellent questions. Under whose responsibility will it be that when we give this house or any house historic designation that they will be true to the history of the house? We've seen some that have been impeccably restored, and we've seen some that received this designation and stripped down to the beams and even most of the support walls removed, denying of any historic value once it was done. But yet they got the designation and whatever benefits came along with it. So with respect to this specific property, since it's before council, but if you can extrapolate on that more generally,
Yeah.
how are we going to hold these folks' feet to the fire and keep the houses historic and not totally gut them?
Yeah, so if this structure is designated as historic, so added to that historic designation list, the next step in the process for any changes to that structure would be approval of what's called a certificate of appropriateness, and that is approved by the Historic Preservation Commission. As part of that process, the developer of that property will give us a plan for how they intend to restore or rehab the existing structure. That will include the existing consideration of the existing style of the structure, and that information will be sent to an expert. We have a downtown consultant that reviews historical architecture in the downtown. That downtown consultant also reviews a request for certificate of appropriateness and provides feedback. Our downtown consultant has already considered the certificate of appropriateness for the John C. Weatherford House and has provided comments and feedback to the applicant. It's my understanding the applicant is already trying to address some of the comments that they received from the downtown consultant so that they have a proposal that would be to the satisfaction of the Historic Preservation Commission. If the commission does approve their proposal to restore or rehab the structure, the city staff will then review a building permit and confirm that what's on the building permit is what the Historic Preservation Commission approved for the rehab or restoration of the structure. And then we do have site inspectors that go out to the sites and visit the sites regularly, both on the building side. We have building inspectors as well as site inspectors that will be out at the site monitoring for compliance with our plans.
Well, when it's done well, nothing makes me more excited. And boy, we got some great examples of people who've just done tremendous restorations, and they've done Alpharetta well. And when it's done badly, I feel taken in terms of how we vote for things up here sometimes.
Understood.
And so as a comment to this application that we're going to vote on, I just want to encourage community development as gatekeeper to be true to the historic nature of these homes. I applaud the developers who want to do these things, but I want our city to work with them, but it's not historic if it's gutted down and completely built out brand new. And,
Understood.
So thank you for doing that.
Sure.
Councilman Mitchell, I believe you had a question.
Thank you. A question and a comment as well. I do agree wholeheartedly with Councilman Heitz and his concerns about this. I've been contacted with members of the Historical Preservation Group, And they didn't realize that the developer had included stripping the house of its original facing to put up new Durock or whatever. That is not in keeping with the history of the house. And so I'd like to add that they need to keep as much of the original house, both roof and the siding. Now, I know based on our historic preservation ordinance, they can do anything they want. They can make it as modern as they want inside. But the exterior needs to be maintained and celebrated. Because if it looks just like the new houses they're building right next to it, that was not the intent of our historic preservation efforts to begin with. So just to add to that, and thank you.
Yeah, and your comments are consistent with the feedback that the downtown consultant has provided to the applicant.
Good, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Woodman? Thank you, sir. Well done. Would the applicant like to come forward at this time?
I'm George Jackson, 614 Coolidge Avenue, Atlanta. I take the comments from Councilman Hypes and Councilman Mitchell very seriously. There are not any considerations that we've been asked to address, whether it's from people in the Preservation Society or from the downtown consultant, that we aren't actively working on with our architect. So, obviously we can't control what's happened to the state of some of the things, some of the pieces of the house in between when it was essentially abandoned and our purchase of it. I joked with Shaq, of the Preservation Society, that I can guarantee we can't make you 100% happy. And the reason being is the only way we could do that is create a time machine, go back, make sure that it was taken care of perfectly, and just deliver it like that. And it hasn't been. However, we are going to do everything within our power to keep anything and everything we can from the original structure. Not only because it's our commitment to you from the original zoning, but because it's good for us. It's a really neat house. It's not going to be an office. It's going to be a residence. That's going to be very valuable to a future purchaser. And the kind of person who would purchase that is going to hold that in really high esteem and be really proud of the fact that they own that house. So it's good for everybody. Thanks.
Thanks, sir. Ms. Shapiro?
Now it would be time for public comments, and I have no public comment cards for this item in favor or in opposition.
If there's anyone that would like to come and speak in favor, now's your opportunity to do so. Seeing none, we'll close public comment favor. Do we have any opposition that would like to come forward at this time? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a motion that we approve PH 25-04, the John C. Rutherford House, 193 Canton Street, for historic designation.
We have a motion by Councilman Mitchell and a second by Councilman Hypes. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion to approve, please vote yes. And it does pass unanimously. Congratulations. So the next item up will be MP-25-03/CLUP-25-01 /Z-25-02/CU-25-03/V-25-02 Portman Holdings Brookside MP Pod A. Mr. Woodman, once again, duty calls.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The next request is a request from Portman Holdings requesting a master plan amendment, comprehensive land use plan amendment, rezoning, conditional use, and variance to allow a new mixed-use development on about 20 acres. The mixed-use development would consist of an existing 130,000 square foot office building, 60,000 square feet of retail and restaurant uses, 75 for-sale townhomes, and 335 for-rent units, as well as about 14 acres of open space. There's a master plan amendment requested to Pod A of the Brookside Master Plan to allow for the mixed-use development regulations. There's also a comprehensive land use plan amendment from corporate office to mixed use, rezoning from O&I office institutional to MU mixed use, and a conditional use to allow dwelling for rent and dwelling for sale attached. There are 3 variances to reduce the minimum lot size in the MU zoning district, increase the shared parking reduction, and reduce the minimum driveway separation. I do have the location map on the overhead. This property is located at 3625 Brookside Parkway. It is the southwest corner of Old Milton Parkway and Brookside Parkway. Property is developed currently with 2 office buildings, just about 300 square feet between them, with about 1,100 space surface parking lot surrounding the 2 office buildings. And then there's an amenity space that has been developed behind the office buildings. The corner bank, I believe it's called Touchmark Bank, that is not part of this development. The applicant did try to acquire that property. There's parking on this site that is available through a reciprocal easement between the 2 properties, but it is not part of the development. This property is part of the Brookside Master Plan, which was developed in 1997. It was developed as an office park with commercial nodes along Old Milton Parkway. Pod A is limited to the western portion of the master plan and represents approximately 84 acres of this 155-acre master plan. Looking at this, also wanted to just show you where this development fits in the master plan. So this is the property here. The applicant's site plan has been overlaid on the property. We've also had a redevelopment project here with a 2-story office building that will be redeveloped with townhome units. That's the Providence Group. And then this is just that Brookside Master Plan document. This is showing Pod A within that master plan. When we looked at this request, we wanted to consider the comprehensive plan. So the 2040 comprehensive plan identifies the Brookside area, specifically the area east of Georgia 400 on Old Milton Parkway, as a priority area in need of a redevelopment. There's also policies and strategies in the comprehensive plan that promotes retrofitting, repurposing, and allowing mixed-use patterns to create activity nodes near or within existing suburban office parks. And this is in response to the impact on the office market. So in response, we developed the Brookside Small Area Plan. So that was done just after the 2040 Comprehensive Plan was adopted. And the Brookside Small Area Plan specifically looked at the Brookside Master Plan and the future vision for that area. That plan was adopted in 2022. That vision was to reimagine that 155-acre suburban office park as a walkable, connected environment in order to reposition the area, which has one of the city's highest vacancy rates. As I mentioned, the applicant is requesting, with the request, 3 variances. There's a variance to reduce the minimum lot size in the MU zoning district from 25 acres to just under 20 acres. There's a request to increase the maximum shared parking reduction from 25% to 27%. So our parking code does allow for shared parking reductions when you have a mix of uses, such as you do in a mixed-use development. And then there is also a variance to reduce the separation between two driveway curb cuts along Brookside Parkway. So the curb cuts are existing today. The applicant is making slight adjustments to their locations, and the existing curb cuts are legally non-conforming with the separation, so they don't currently meet the minimum separation requirements of our code. So that takes us to the applicant's site plan. So just to kind of orient you, this is Old Milton Parkway and Brookside Parkway. This is the existing office building that will be retained with the development. The other office building is oriented in this general location that will be demolished, and in its place would be the for rent building here. And the for rent units would wrap the for rent building is a 5-story building. It would wrap a 6-level parking deck. Remember, the levels of the parking deck are going to be shorter than the stories in the for rent building. So the for rent building will sufficiently cover or disguise the parking deck that's internal to the building. And then within this development, the access off of Old Milton brings you into a new storefront street. These are all active commercial uses in this area. So you have your retail, the storefront street leads to a retail village here. There's access, these are the two driveway access that I've just mentioned off of Brookside Parkway. And then the office building again will be here. The very ground floor of the office building will be converted to commercial use to draw the commercial over to Brookside Park. So we've got a 30-acre Brookside Park, which is a great asset. So this was purposely developed kind of north-south and east-west to draw people back over to this area, and I'll explain some of the amenities and connections that the developer is proposing to make. In addition, the 75 for-sale townhome units are on the south side of the development. There's a 20-foot building setback and landscape strip along Old Milton Parkway, 10-foot along Brookside Parkway. With GDOT's future plans for Old Milton Parkway, so adding a lane in each direction, that will work within the existing right-of-way and take away from the center medians. So there are no changes to the 5-foot existing sidewalk along Old Milton Parkway. And then the applicant is not showing any changes to the 5-foot sidewalk along Brookside Parkway. That is, they're not proposing any changes because staff is actually working with a consultant on a conceptual redesign of Brookside Parkway. That was part of that Brookside small area plan to do a lane diet. So to take that from 4 lanes down to 2 lanes with center turn medians, as well as multi-use path. And that multi-use path will be a 12-foot path on the applicant side of Brookside Parkway. But that design is still under consideration. This will kind of give you a flavor for that. So this shows you the existing configuration of Brookside Parkway today. And then this is the proposed conceptual design. This will be coming forward to council in a future workshop. But this is the conceptual design that moves a 12-foot multi-use path to the west side and south side of Brookside Parkway. With respect to the parking on the property, there's almost 1,300 parking spaces within this development. There are about 800 spaces within the 6-level parking deck. There are 52 spaces at the Touchmark Bank where there's a reciprocal perpetual easement granting use of those parking spaces. There are 119 surface and on-street parking spaces throughout the development. And then there are 300 parking spaces with the garages and driveways in the townhome area. As I mentioned, the applicant requested a variance to increase the shared parking reduction. And that represents a 2% increase to the shared parking reduction, so increase from 25% to 27%. The applicant did provide a shared parking study justifying that reduction. And so taking the townhomes out of consideration because they're not sharing their parking with anyone, the other uses, the office, the retail, and the for rent uses will share the remaining parking. And so what the applicant's parking study shows is that there will be a peak demand of 922 parking spaces during the weekday, and then a peak demand of 909 spaces on the weekend, of which they have 975 parking spaces on the property. So they will have sufficient parking to meet the peak demand. As I mentioned, the applicant is proposing almost 14 acres of open space within the developments. It's about 13 3/4 acres of open space. That includes both civic amenity as well as an off-site connection over to the Big Creek Greenway. So this development, this site plan kind of shows that. The applicant has made accommodations for multi-use paths along the west side of the development, closest to Brookside Park. And then there is a connection of which we had been seeking federal grant dollars through a grant funding to connect the Brookside area over to the Big Creek Greenway, which is on the west side of Big Creek. So the applicant has agreed to construct this improvement in exchange for impact fee credits as part of this development. So that is factored into their open space. But the open space will consist of the existing amphitheater will be maintained on the property, a series of pocket parks, plazas, of course the off-site improvement to Big Creek Greenway connection, all the amenities associated with the For Rent building, so the pool, lounge, fitness area, courts, yards throughout the development, balconies, landscaped areas, entry features, and outdoor seating areas all count towards their open space. The applicant did provide a phasing plan with this development showing 2 phases of development. So everything on the north end of the development, the For Rent, the retail, restaurant, and office would all be done in phase 1, with phase 2 consisting of the townhomes. This request does have a For Rent residential component, and of course we do have housing policies in our 2040 comprehensive plan dealing with owner-occupied versus renter-occupied, and of course Housing Policy 2 seeks to maintain a balance between the two, having at least 68% of our housing stock as owner-occupied. And then of course we have a city rental housing study that supports that policy, last updated in 2022, and that study recommends an annual entitlement of no more than 116 for rent units per year in order to achieve Housing Policy 2, so the 68% owner-occupied. The latest U.S. Census estimate showed that the city is right at the 68% owner-occupied. And so based on that, we are recommending, based on the last update of the rental housing study, which was done at 2022, and the recommendation of the annual target, looking at that, we are recommending approval of the 335 for rent units, but not a certificate of occupancy until 2027. And that would be in order to meet the housing policy. Based on the scope of this project, it was required to go through a DRI review, or Development of Regional Impact. That's where the state solicits review from our regional partners, which include the Atlanta Regional Commission, GDOT, Greta, as well as our adjacent communities. As part of that process, it's heavily focused on transportation, so there's a traffic study that was commissioned. That traffic study identified needed improvements at the 3 site driveways. And Greta did agree with those as conditions in their notice of decision. We then looked at the review criteria for the applicant's request. We believe their request is supported by the Brookside Small Area Plan, which envisions a walkable, connected environment, repositioning the suburban office park, especially given the adjacency of Georgia State, which is immediately to the south of this development. And then, of course, with its position adjacent to the 30-acre Brookside Park. 2040 comp plan includes policies that allow mixed-use patterns to create activity nodes in appropriate areas near or within suburban office developments in order to support those developments. We also believe that this development would not result in significant impacts to public facilities and services. The development is supported by sufficient open space, and it's, of course, adjacent to Brookside Park, and they're proposing the trail connection over to the Big Creek Greenway. As it relates to the variances, we do believe that there are some extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the property due to its size and shape. The development does incorporate an existing office building, which limits the site layout. Staff is supportive of the recommendations and conclusions of the parking study. And again, as I mentioned, the 2 curb cuts on Brookside Parkway are already legal nonconforming with respect to the distance requirements. The applicant provided a citizen participation report indicating that they held a virtual meeting with the public on January 29th. They sent out invitations to all properties within 500 feet, but they did not have any attendance at that meeting. And they indicated in their report that they had not received any correspondence regarding this request. They also showed their request to the public at both the January 8th and February 12th community zoning information meetings, and there were no public comments at either of those 2 meetings. And then finally, the Planning Commission considered this request at their April 3rd meeting. There were no public comments, and Planning Commission recommended unanimous approval of the applicant's request subject to the 42 conditions in your report. I would request just a couple changes within condition number 4. It was pointed out to me that we had something missing within 4A, B, C, and D, and it deals with the building heights. When we have in here that for example, 4A deals with the office, and we have the office building shall have a maximum height of 5 stories and 85 feet. After 85 feet, it should say whichever is less. So anytime we have the number of stories and then height in feet, it should be concluded with whichever is less. So in 4A, 4B, 4C, and 4D, there are heights with stories and feet. Whichever is less should be added at the end of each of those. And that concludes the presentation. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer those. I did forget one thing, and that was to show you probably what you wanted to see, which were the pictures of the development. And I won't take too much time on this because I'm sure that the applicant has this as part of their presentation, but this will give you a little bit of flavor for the development that the applicant is proposing. So these are looking at the development from Old Milton Parkway generally. This is along Old Milton Parkway. The applicant has made some changes to these, updated some of the elevations along Old Milton Parkway to provide some more offsets of the building along Old Milton Parkway, and also to address the individual residential walkouts. I'll point those out. So this hard copy of this particular elevation, which is 2-sided, was also passed out to each of you at your seats. This was not available at the time the packets were prepared. So that is one elevation. You can see that how the individual walkouts have been added just to give the building some more depth. And again, this is along Old Milton Parkway. You can see the jog in the building further out here. So the building does step back about halfway along its length along Old Milton Parkway. The building does step back. These are some bird's eye view of the development. This is looking down at that retail village with the for rent building and the existing office building here. And this is just a site plan that the applicant provided. This shows a lot of detail of different gathering spaces, locations for sculptures, locations for murals throughout the development. And sorry about that. That concludes the presentation. If you have questions, let me know, please.
Well done, sir. Do we have any questions? Councilman Will.
This is more informational from my perspective, but in 4B, where it says commercial retail and restaurant is limited to 60,000 with no more than 32,000 for restaurant, what is the thought process behind the 32,000 out of 60?
So The reason why we actually restrict the amount of restaurant is restaurant will require more parking typically than retail. And so we've had a couple of mixed-use developments, mainly around downtown on smaller properties, where we have seen where you had a mix of retail and restaurant, and then all the spaces got occupied by primarily restaurant, and there are some issues with some parking. So that was the purpose.
Councilman Mitchell, I think you have a question.
Thank you so much. Good job tonight, Michael. I do have a question about the parking and the 36 parking spaces in question that will go into flex parking. And what do we have, and I'm reading here and I don't see anything in the conditions. With time, we've noticed with other mixed-use developments and that was going to provide shared parking, and with time, that no longer was the case. And I don't want to name names, but you can't park in a certain area because they're reserving. And now they rope off a certain area. And all that does, the way they're handling it is to prevent future parking or prevent enough parking. And so I am concerned about the 36 fewer parking spaces. And I understand there's a parking agreement with the bank. How many spaces are at the bank currently?
There are, I believe it was 52. Yes, 52 spaces.
And does that account for the entire 27%, or is that in addition to the 27%?
So the 52 off-site spaces at the bank are included in their overall count. So it is included in, it is part of their request to increase that shared parking from 25% to 27%.
So that parking would most likely only be available in the afternoon, correct? During non-banking hours?
We've looked at the bank. I mean, there's the banks with drive-through. Most folks are using the drive-through. The bank, we've looked at aerials of this particular bank. It's not being heavily used. Mainly, there's a few cars parked in the parking lot, and it's most likely the employees of the bank. There are occasional users of the bank, certainly, but most of the time, the parking in the bank property is available. But of course, that is also considered in the applicant's parking study, and the applicant does have their professionals that prepared that study here tonight.
Okay, and so that could present some problems because if the bank changes hands and another bank takes over, which we've seen countless times in the city, that parking agreement could go away.
So they did provide a copy of the easement, the parking easement, and there is a reciprocal easement that allows both properties to use each other's parking, and it is a perpetual easement.
It is perpetual?
Yes.
Okay. What do we have in the conditions? I'll go back to my first question. What do we have in the conditions that will maintain a parking program that will strictly adhere to the shared parking?
So condition number 10 deals with the parking requirements. So the shared parking, just by definition of our shared parking reduction, the allowance that's in our code, properties in a mixed-use development shouldn't then be able to then subdivide their property and then restrict their parking to be used. I know the situations that you're referring to, and those certainly are not what was intended with the shared parking study. So there's nothing in condition 10 that is written in the condition. If you would like something added in there where we specify that, you know, all of these parking facilities shall be shared, and they may not be restricted to any one particular user, we could certainly add that in. But I think that's contemplated in the code, but certainly we could add to condition number 10.
Well, my concern is it's not contemplated enough in the code so that we can do something about the existing situation at another mixed-use development. Because you can't go into the grocery store, or if you go into the grocery store, you can't then leave your car there and then go into the mixed-use development. And that was not what was foreseen or agreed upon when we agreed to that development. So
Totally agree.
I'm looking for some permanent solution to this as we approach this so that we don't encounter this again.
We can draft a sentence to be added to condition number 10 to address your concerns with that, and we can bring that back forward.
And if that's addressed, do you feel confident that the 37 extra, fewer spaces than what the city requires is sufficient?
Yes, so our traffic engineer has reviewed the applicant's parking study and does agree with their conclusions. And that's what, basically, it's a 2% increase to the shared parking reduction. It's a difference of 36 parking spaces. And we do agree with their conclusions, and their conclusions show that they will have sufficient parking even at their peak demand.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Dorito?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Woodman, for your presentation. I guess I'll start out with the housing policy that you referred to, the most current one done. Could you give me, you said the city's at 68% owner occupied, which is the ratio we want to be at, correct? For owner occupied in the city?
Correct, yes.
Could you explain to me the housing policy and why 110, I guess, units, if I'm correctly stating what you said, in the next couple of years can be added to the rental component of that ratio?
Yes, so our rental study, so we have a housing policy. The policy is to maintain a balance between renter occupied and owner occupied. We want to maintain at least 68% owner occupied. So with that policy, we had to have a rental study to back that policy up. And so we've had several rental studies. I believe the one that we are on right now, I believe, is our third version, and we have that updated about every 3 years. So it was last updated in 2022. And so what that study looked at is they looked at our surrounding communities in North Fulton, compared us against those, and wanted to make sure that that 68% was the correct number. And that's what that rental study shows. And so to maintain that 68% owner occupied, what the rental study did is they looked at the rate that we are approving for sale units versus for rent units. And it's projecting out and basically saying, as long as you don't entitle more than about 164 rent units per year, you should be able to get to that target of 68% owner occupied. That recommendation in the rental study is not a city policy. It is just a recommendation in that rental study for how to get to the 68%.
And that was based on current approved for sale units that are coming online over the next 2 years?
Yes. So what we did in the report is, since the rental study was last updated in 2022 and recommends no more than 116 rental units per year, we allotted 116 rental units per year starting in 2022. We accounted for the 280 for rent units at the continuum development that will be that could be entitled in 2026, so they could get a CO in 2026. And then we determined that by the year 2027, there would be a sufficient balance of at least 335 rental units in order to comply with that recommendation of the rental study.
And that's without considering upcoming applications that we're aware might be coming before City Council, correct?
We have not considered any applications that we have not yet received, no.
Does it include in that, in determining the amount by 2027 that they can meet the 335 rental units, does it include the for sale units in this project if it's approved, as far as calculated in the ratio?
So basically, the rental
for sale unit is going to be included in that ratio, so that 2027, the balance of the for sale versus rental.
So to answer your question, yes. I mean, it's not specifically including those 75 for rent units. That rental study was done before this application came before us. But what they did in the rental study is they look at the rate, the average of for sale units that we were approving each year, and that's how they got back to that no more than 116. So they're projecting out how many for sale units we are approving every year in order to make that recommendation.
They're included in that projection that these,
Yes.
if it's approved by council?
Yeah.
Okay. Which leads me to my next question. You referred to phase one and phase two pretty quickly as far as, phase one being done and then phase two's coming behind that. What protections do we have as a city if this is approved with phase one and phase two components that they're requesting, that phase two actually gets done?
So there is not a concurrency to the for sale units within the condition. Condition number 4D addresses the for rent use within this proposal, and there is a concurrency statements within that condition.
What condition's that? I'm sorry.
It's condition 4D as in dog. So within that condition, it's fairly lengthy condition, but it does tie a CO shall not be issued for the rental units until the street level exterior of the existing office building has been renovated or is substantially under construction to facilitate the proposed commercial conversion of the 7,000 square foot of ground floor space in the existing office building, and the retail village is substantially under construction as determined by staff. There is no tie within the concurrency for I take that back. I take that back. A couple sentences after that, we do have a sentence that states, for rent units shall be part of a mixed-use development containing a minimum 19 acres and incorporating retail restaurant uses, for sale residential uses, and a neighborhood grocery and the existing office building depicted on the site plan to be saved. So we do have a tie to the for sale.
We have a tie, but we don't have a concurrence.
It doesn't tie to a certain number of for
Should we
sale.
have some more clear language that we do have that tied into phase one?
Council could certainly add language there. I don't know if, I suspect that number 75, you may want to ask the applicant about that, but certainly that would be the location to add clarity.
Okay. Do we probably may not have the answer to this right now, but the Big Creek Greenway connection that the applicant is willing to provide with offset by impact credits, what's the potential cost of those improvements to the Big Creek Greenway?
So we did submit a grant to the federal government for that improvement. I believe, I don't think it was a detailed cost estimate. We don't have a conceptual plan for this improvement, but I want to say that there's kind of a ballpark figure of about $2 million.
Okay.
And that would be within the applicant's impact fees that would be generated with this development.
Okay, just one more question.
If I could, I just wanted to check with Mr. Lagerbloom. What was the grant that we
Yeah,
submitted?
that number is going to be, I think, significantly low. So the grant application was about $2.9 million, and I believe that we would have about a $2 million match. So I think that number is closer to 5 or 6.
Oh.
Okay, I just want to make sure we got the best numbers we could.
No, thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. One more question, if I could. 5-story buildings. I mean, other than I know we might have some down in the city center area here. Well, where else do we have this level of housing?
5-story. I believe within the, it's not existing, but the continuum mixed-use development did have some buildings.
And I'm
that were
assuming
greater.
fire code requires sprinklers and.
Yes.
I would imagine that elevators are going to be required that fit gurneys and all that stuff, safety, right? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
'Cause I know
Even
the
the for
I know the
sale-
Catherine in Roswell, because my daughter lives there. She lives on the 3rd floor, and it is a terrible trench up to the 3rd floor, especially when you have a dog to walk and go back and forth. And I always wondered why a 3rd floor building wouldn't have an elevator. So I'm assuming a 5-story building would require an elevators. And do we know that offhand?
I don't know, but the applicant is here. I believe that they fully intend to have an elevator within that building.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Michael.
Councilman Hypes, I believe you had a question.
Thank you, sir. Well, the questions I don't have is, I want to commend our Planning Commission. I did watch the Planning Commission meeting with this applicant, and they were very thorough, asked a lot of great questions that answered questions I might have had, so I don't have to go through those. But I do want to extend my appreciation for the work that they put in to that Planning Commission hearing. One item that came up, and maybe you, Mr. Woodman, or the applicant will address, is Commissioner Martina had brought up about a turnaround area, and I think it was touched on prior to the meeting tonight, but I would like to get that addressed. It was indicated at the Planning Commission that that would be taken care of, and I would like to incorporate that into whatever decision gets made if we can articulate that in some fashion.
Okay.
I appreciate Councilman Dorito bringing up concurrency, because I too have some questions about concurrency. There's a lot resting on the shoulders of staff about when something is, what's that great legal term, substantially something or other? Substantially under construction. So hopefully there's some sort of objective criteria under which both parties, the city and the applicant, have an understanding what that means. Don't want any misunderstanding about just a little bit of work here gives us a CO for a bunch of apartments. Where do you expect the process to be for the apartment COs in 2027? Don't know what the outcome will be tonight, but let's just, for the sake of discussion, say this is approved here in almost end of April 2025. Where do you foresee this being in 2027? Because you mentioned that's when the apartment COs will be issued.
Yeah, we did look at that. So the first thing we look at is what the rental study recommends, and it showed 2027. So based on our current time frame, we looked at, how long is it reasonably going to take the applicant to get through the DRB, Design Review Board process, then following up with a land disturbance permit, and then, of course, once the land disturbance permit is issued, they can start installing infrastructure and everything on the property, and that building permit can go under review during that time. Once the building permit is issued, they can begin going vertical. So when we rolled back all the different timeframes for each of the reviews of those developments and factoring in the complexity of this, we believe that the applicant will most likely still be under construction when January 1st, 2027 comes around. But I think that question's probably best answered by the applicant. They were fine and felt like that would be reasonable for a time for them to request that certificate of occupancy.
And you gave an excellent answer to my question. I don't even think I asked the question very well. What's magic about January 1, 2027 in terms of issuing a CO, whereas it's actually tied to where the progress of the other construction elements are? So it's really after substantial completion or substantial construction that a CO can be issued. It's really not a particular date at all, is it?
Well, I mean, we wouldn't, in order to meet, to stay in compliance with our policy of 68%, we're trying to follow that.
That's tied to that?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Very good, very good. That makes more sense to me then.
Yeah.
Because otherwise I didn't understand why we're throwing a date out there where we're actually going to evaluate where we are construction-wise. So that's based off of the inventory?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to jump around a little bit, like a lot of questions have already been answered. We are, with the assistance of the applicant, going to develop this park and activate this park that's behind the development, correct?
Are you referring to Brookside Park?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. So the applicant is not necessarily proposing improvements to Brookside Park, so not developing the park per se, it's the connection through Brookside Park to the Big Creek Greenway.
It is our plans as a city to activate that park at some point, right?
I believe that's the case. I know that, I don't believe that that park was part of the Parks bond, so I don't know if Parks has any particular plans for improvement of that.
Well, let's just say if and when it's activated, where will the public park who wants to use that
So currently
Brookside Park?
Currently there's no parking developed for that park. We do have within the conditions of zoning, we asked the applicant to provide shared parking for the public, for users of the public park. I'm trying to locate which condition that is within. So condition number 28, about midway through that condition, a developer shall promote the use of the Big Creek Greenway Trail connection by providing a minimum 5 shared parking spaces for the public.
So if and when that area does get developed, as written, there would be 5 spaces available for public parking to use the public park.
Correct.
Where else can somebody park if they want to use that wonderful potential amenity?
There is no other parking that would be dedicated to the public specifically for use of the public park. But I would say this was a question that was brought up at the Planning Commission meeting, and the applicant did have interesting response to that. So maybe you might want to ask that question of the applicant.
Well, I'm very interested in it. If the city makes an investment in that beautiful park area adjacent to the Greenway, it'd be nice if people had a place to park their car to get to it.
Certainly.
And with that in mind, if it's dedicated, set aside, whatever the terminology is that'll be in this recommendation, is that set in stone, or could it later be restricted by the current applicant or a subsequent owner of the property?
Well, if condition number 28 is imposed, if this is approved with condition 28 as it's stated here, the applicant would have to comply with that condition, and only council could change that condition.
All right, so they couldn't later restrict those 5 spots for people to go down by the lake?
They would be in violation of that
in our Brookside
condition.
Public Park. Okay. Just to clarify, I think I know the answer to this. The townhomes have no, what do you call those, tandem garages? Or
No tandem garages, so the garages are 2 parking spaces side by side.
There's been lots of discussion here and at Planning Commission about shared parking. Is there street parking within the townhome community?
There is.
And as a corollary to that, is that gated?
So the townhome community is not gated off from the rest of the development or from Brookside Parkway. It's completely open to the rest of the development. There's no on-street parallel parking, so all the townhomes have the 2 spaces within the garage. They have the room for 2 spaces on a driveway, and there's a small amount of guest parking spaces here. This is on the south of the existing office building.
So let me ask you a question. Let's assume the rest of the development isn't even part of the equation. It's just a townhome community, that townhome community. How often have we ever approved a townhome community that had no street parking? Because we always talk about the fact that there's going to be two in the driveway and stuff in the garage, and then grandma and grandpa show up and they want to park somewhere, and then where are they going to park?
I mean, I think that we've approved townhome communities with similar amount of guest parking. They are complying with, more than complying with the minimum requirement for parking.
And how many street side parking is there?
I believe that it's 4 or 5 spaces.
And that's for how many units?
75.
Yeah. And I'm not disagreeing with you, Mr. Woodman, because you do this every day, and we take on a myriad of topics here. I just can't remember another townhome community that had that sort of street side parking ratio. And if you can think of one, I'd be curious to know which ones that were.
Okay.
They were. Related to the park as a whole, is the amphitheater public or is that private?
It's civic space, so it's public.
So the amphitheater is part of the public city property or dedicated to the public as part of the private property?
It is not city property. They're not dedicating it to the city, but it will be open to the public.
Okay. And once again, a little bit of a, I know they're sitting back there listening to me and they're going to come up and tell me how we're going to fix this. But if there's something at the amphitheater that's open to the public and we've got 5 dedicated spots for the public, is there other parking options? Can't go park in the townhome community. There's only 5 there.
Well, if they're coming to the amphitheater, I would assume they're coming to this development, and there's parking for anyone that is using this development.
Okay. Okay. We've talked about in prior council meetings the lane diet as part of the overall plan. Can you address how going from 4 lanes to 2 lanes fits in with both existing and future plans? We approved a Providence group around the corner. We'd be very hopeful and welcoming for Georgia State to expand its presence. And given this development, there's property across the road. Does that all work together in terms of the mix that we're putting in here?
Yeah, so the applicant's traffic experts are here this evening, and they probably can better address that question than me. But that certainly was part of the consideration for the lane diet. The applicant's traffic study did consider a lane diet along Brookside Parkway, and it's showing that with the development as well as the Providence Group development further to the east of this, that it is operating at an acceptable level of service.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Woodman at this point? Councilman Will.
Michael, based on what John was just asking, does the amphitheater also require a specific number of parking spots? And if so, how many and where would they be? In other words, his question was where they're going to park. So does the amphitheater require parking?
It does not.
It does not?
No. So the parking is generated by the actual buildings that are developed on this property. The open space areas, whether they're open to the public or not, they do not have a parking requirement associated.
Do we know how many seats are in that amphitheater?
I do not, but so I've been to this amphitheater. It's like a tiered, kind of like a low wall that you would sit on. So I'm not sure what the number of how many people it can accommodate. I don't know if I could guess. It's been a while since I've been there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Mr. Woodman? Well done, sir. If the applicant would like to come forward at this time, now's your opportunity to do so.
All right. Ready for me?
They can see it. I have a little technical difficulty. There it goes.
All right. All right. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Jessica Hill. My business address is 600 Peachtree Street, and I represent Portman Holdings, joined by Mike Green, who's going to give you a bit more information. But just to recap, what Mr. Woodman did a wonderful job of explaining to you. I think we've asked for everything we can ask for. We have a rezoning. We have an amendment to the future land use map. We have an amendment to the Brookside Master Plan. We have a request for conditional uses, and we have 3 variances Just touching quickly on the variances, one is the minimum area in the mixed-use district requires 25 acres. We're just about 5+ acres shy of that. We think that the adjacency to the park and the embracing of the park with this project really justifies having the change. There's a reduction in the distance required between curb cuts on Brookside Parkway. As Mr. Woodman mentioned, there are 2 curb cuts on Brookside Parkway today. We are just shifting those a little bit. They are currently non-conforming. One of them is a shared curb cut with the bank, and the other is adjacent to Georgia State. And then the third is to increase the shared parking reduction from 25% to 27%. As Councilmember Mitchell noted, it's a difference of 36 parking spaces. Our parking study supports it. We have our parking consultant here who can answer all the detailed questions you might have about how exactly parking is going to work. And to the extent we need to come up with some language about how the shared parking actually will be facilitated, we're happy to work on that with you. And with that, I'm going to say that we support all of the staff recommended conditions, which have been adjusted based on the Planning Commission recommendations, and we ask for your support with those 42 conditions.
Hello all, I'm Mike Green. I'm with Portman Holdings. My business address is 303 Peachtree Center Avenue in Atlanta. I'm going to be quick because I have a tendency to be long, and that doesn't help me right now. So thank you for letting us come and present to you. I greatly appreciate it. These are some of the team members. Some of them we've worked with many times in the past. Many of them are here to answer your specific questions about various aspects of the project. The site, as Mr. Woodman had already presented, so I'm going to go over these rather quickly. Just 2 miles down the street from Avalon, near the intersection with 400, along the Big Creek Parkway, next to the Brookside Park, next to Georgia State University's campus, and part of an old master plan, I shouldn't say old, late 90s, early 2000s master plan for suburban style office. Let's skip that. This is from the small area plan. Some of the things that attracted us to it was the park, is the greenway, the fact that GSU is there, and I share your enthusiasm for hoping that they invest in their campus, and we are here to help in any way possible to make that happen. This is the transformation between the existing campus today. So you see the 2 buildings of the old campus, transitioning to the property that we're proposing today with the rental units up against the more intense traffic way, the retail village kind of tucked in behind the bank, and the townhome units on the quieter side of the property. This is a more up-close picture of that. This presentation is going to take you through a couple of swapping back and forth between the site plan and the renderings. So this is an upper view of the renderings. You can see the retail village in the foreground, the office building on the left, and the rental building in the distance there. This is the entryway off of Old Milton Parkway. This is the arrival experience. It's lined with the 2 retail on either side. As you approach through, there's on-street parking there as well. This is moving down the building on Old Milton Parkway. So these trees here that you see are new trees that we are planting in conjunction. That's why they're shown as smaller. The ones in the far right of the picture are the existing trees that we are proposing. That's why they are larger in the rendering. Previously, we had kind of shaded them out, but I think that gave like a bad impression of kind of how wide that facade might look against Old Milton Parkway. So we kind of put them in here at a little bit more of an instance. So when you see this side of the building, as you continue to the west on Old Milton Parkway, you can see that the larger trees, the mature trees there, are kind of obfuscating the building from that angle. That being said, when you come up underneath that tree canopy along Old Milton Parkway, we have added those vestibules. We heard you very loud and clear. More articulation along that facade of the building. Bring the people out onto the sidewalk. So we've added some depth to some of the architectural features above those vestibules, and we've added those vestibules at the bottom and that strong connection. We've also changed some of the brick type to break up the facade length a little bit. This is a closer look at those, and mind you, these continue around the back of the building along the multi-use path that fronts backwards towards Brookside Park and then towards what we termed as the amphitheater. That may not be a very good explanation for its intended use. This is looking back up towards the main entrance to the project. and this is slightly farther away. This is the main entrance to the project, so you can see R1 on the left, R3 on the right. Moving through off of Old Milton Parkway, that is your arrival experience for your retail. The R1 on the right is one story. R1 is part of the residential building. R3 is one story. R4 in the village down below is also one story. This is looking back up towards Old Milton Parkway, so you can see the building on the left, and you're catching a little bit of that office building on your immediate left. And you're also catching kind of the intention of making that ground floor office building part of that retail environment by engaging it from the outside as opposed to going inside the building and arriving to that suite from the inside. This is the retail village as you continue through the property connecting through to Brookside Parkway. This is a slightly more up-close look at it. On-street parking on both sides, set back off of that on-street parking generously to allow for seating opportunities in front of the restaurants and then again in between them. This is all the way down as if you were in your car. The donut section where you have the active interior yard, we pulled the pool out and put it up against that multi-use path that you're seeing along the left edge. So that multi-use path is intended to connect backwards towards Big Creek Greenway, and that's the connection that we're talking about doing where you whip it and kind of go through Brookside Park over the creek and connect back to the Greenway. So the pool we pulled out, and you can see it here, and put it alongside that path, number one, for better sunlight, number two, for some interest along that multi-use path. So you can kind of see it sits down a little bit as it goes down as you come by. This is slightly up close to the building. Looking at a little bit different angle, you can see the office building in the back. This is what we termed as the amphitheater, although it's really intended for small informal events for people that are either visiting the retail or live in the community or office. It's not intended to be a amphitheater. Like, I don't know how better to explain that. We described it that way because of its tiered nature that it exists today. It wasn't intended to communicate that was its hard purpose. It's really a green space. These are the townhomes. Councilman Hyde, you bring up an excellent point about the parking spaces. That is an oversight on our case. I do think we need to do something about that. The number of guest parking spaces there, I think we can pick some up here inside the site plan, and I think that we need to do that. I've included some appendix based on the conversation that we had at planning, but I'm going to reserve my time. There are many people here that can answer some of these questions, and depending upon which they are, we'll bring them up to the podium.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Who would like to be first to ask questions? Councilman Mitchell, I saw your hand first.
I've got a quick one for you. On one of the slides you showed and I'm referencing 25, the original sculpture that you intend to add?
Yes, sir.
Plus a minimum one alternative art installation?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe both those? And if you can pull it back to a previous slide where you showed the village, and there was a sculpture that looked to be about 2 stories tall around, there. Is that the scale of the sculpture you hope to put in?
I mean, that is the scale of the last one we just put in on our last project on the Beltline. Kevin Chambers did that. He's a bronze artist. He's a figurative sculpture. I don't think figurative art's the right intention.
He did our War Memorial. I'm familiar with Kevin.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. He did do y'all's War Memorial.
And the Avalon sculpture.
That is the scale. Yes, sir. We like doing art, so if you look at 230 Peachtree, you'll see one of Mr. Portman's pieces there. If you look at the Buckhead Triangle Park in the center of where Roswell Road meets Peachtree, you'll see one of Mr. Portman's sculptures there that Charlie Loudermilk put in for him. We don't always use Mr. Portman's sculptures. There's a good reason for that. I'll tell you later. But
they're expensive.
Nah, they're suggestive. So we.
I love the one on Peachtree Street that you all installed. That's beautiful.
But that is generally what we like to do. So on that same building along the Beltline, we put in, I think, 5 street murals, ranging from what some people might call graffiti to more formal interpretations. And so that was a big piece of like delivering that public experience to the folks.
Okay. And then the alternative art installation utilizing light or sound, or what do you envision that being, or can you identify something that we would recognize?
The thing that pops up into my head is we didn't get to do it on that building, which is called Junction, so I'll just use its name. We had this monumental staircase that we did in conjunction with our neighbor, and so it was our original intention to kind of like have projectors kind of do like butterflies or like some sort of different art installation married with some sound that comes from the speakers associated with it. So this is kind of I don't know, it's not cheesy. I like it, but when you walk from I think it's B to A in the airport, and you walk through like kind of the jungle.
Yes.
And it's got the noise and like it's kind of a sensory experience.
Yes.
So my thought is along that multi-use path, like in the evenings and stuff, it might be kind of fun to come up with a slightly kind of sensory experience.
It would be, yeah. That would be great. Those were my questions. And then following up on the parking, so you think you can find, because I too am concerned about the parking. If you have one, everyone wants to have a party and they invite more friends than can fit in. The guest parking along those for sale units, it's pretty important that as many can be fitted in there as possible. If you can find some place there on the back side here where the for sale.
I think you're correct. I do think we will have additional parking in the parking deck at those times. However, asking people to walk from that distance all the way to townhomes is kind of pretty much a bummer. So last resort, if it's kind of like there's absolutely no more parking left in the townhomes and you're having a big to-do, like maybe they go over to that distance. But otherwise, like Councilman Hypes is correct. Like we need to provide a few more parking spaces for visitors to the townhomes.
Yeah. And thank you for adding the vestibules and the balconies above that. I think that improved the streetscape and the overall presence of that and connecting it with pedestrian traffic on Old Milton. It'll just increase that. Those look great, and that added a lot of life to that building. So thank you.
I'm glad you suggested it. It was a little flat.
Good. Thank you.
So is there anyone else that has any questions? Councilman Brady.
Thank you. I'm kind of more of an experience kind of person. Obviously, when you kind of look at land planning and identify this, and I had a whole bunch of questions, but I wanted to wait until the applicant kind of got up. If you don't mind, there's a lot of things about parking that goes into this. Give me your thoughts as you kind of run through here, and here's kind of what I'm kind of trying to grasp a little bit. Someone entering into this site that might live in the multifamily, where do they park, right? And they kind of enter out. Now you can have an existing 130,000 square foot office building that's there. So from right now, we look at a wide open parking lot that's now going to have usable, use on it. Where do they park? We're talking about, and then if I want to drive in and have an experience in the retail, right, or the hospitality that will be in there, how do I walk in there, and where's the functionality of that? Right, because you can say, oh, and to be honest, as a local resident, I probably wouldn't park at the bank and kind of go over there. Usually you want to go in and meet someone, whether it's lunch hour or these kind of times, you probably go in. That's the functionality a little bit of listening to how does the whole property flow. And if you don't end out, you got a gorgeous park and all these kind of things back there. I think Councilman Hypes was talking about that. Where's the engagement there to that? What engagement have you also had with the university and the campus? The educational structure is really important to me, and how you guys kind of fill into that. And I really like the overall broad plan, but I just want you to walk through it for me, because the visualization of you talking through that, I think, would be powerful.
So let's start with the parking, and like let's start with the things you delete first, not delete, but kind of set aside first. So the townhome piece of the parking, despite the visitor parking that we talked about a second ago, is like you take those spaces that are required for them and you put it over here to the side, and you say these folks own their properties, like they want the parking spaces for them. They'll have some visitors, we need to address that, but you put that off to the side. That's not part of shared parking. Like, that's on its own. The next easiest group to focus on are really two groups. The people who work there on a regular basis and the people who live there on a regular basis. And when you think about shared parking, you're really talking about those two groups, and really almost only those two groups. So we can talk a little bit more specifics to the parking study, but there's a very small component of that where there's a little bit of retail parking that kind of bleeds into it. But when you're talking about the residents who live there and the office parkers who work there, those are the people who are really sharing. And that constituency knows where they're going. And where they are going in this project is upstairs in the parking deck, because that is the last place that anybody visiting a retailer is going, right? We see that at Avalon all the time. There's empty parking spaces at the top floors of the deck. Like, nobody goes up there. But that's normal. Like, it's not like you're asking them to do something that's abnormal in any case. They go up to the nested section of the deck. It's for them. They are monthly parkers, and monthly parkers have a place for them to be. All of the other parking, including the street parking down below, is retail and visitor parking. And so that is intended for the retail, for the folks that are coming to visit the office building as visitors, or the people that are coming to visit the multifamily as visitors. And there's a graphic in here.
So I think and I understand kind of where you're going. I think some of the concern on this side is, we've done traffic studies. I mean, even in our own downtown corridor, we have some office, and they use the 1 hour parking or the 2 hour intended for that, right? So somewhat they're taking the hospitality, the retail space. So then when I want to come in and have lunch, it's all taken, right? And I'm not necessarily going to be that person that would go into the parking deck and park, or probably would just disengage. And that's kind of where I think we're trying to get to this, that functionality.
Yeah, the city manager down in Duluth has a great name for it. The parking deck is the parking of last resort, which is pretty true. Look, it's been against my nature for all of my career to put surface parking spaces in, but I recognize in this particular instance, in this particular city, it is a very important need to put surface parking in, because that is the parking of first choice. So that's why the two strips of parking exist right now. Sometimes they'll refer to it in retail as kind of teaser parking. So, like, if you go there, like, you've got a chance at parking in some of the surface parking lots. And really, it is true, Councilman Brady's right, you begrudgingly kind of pull into the parking deck. So I live near town Brookhaven. Even I behave in this fashion, and I know that I behave in this fashion, and I know that it's a behavior that, like, that's strong when people come to this. Like, I begrudgingly go into the parking deck and park in the ground floor. It's a balance act between creating a sea of parking spaces in what you're trying to create is a little villagey kind of experience, and upsetting that villagey kind of experience by creating a whole bunch of surface parking spaces, and providing enough surface parking spaces to where it's believable if you come to the development that you can get one, and you'll go into the parking deck if you have to. That's the truth. Like,
so from a retail perspective, how many parking spaces do we have to service 60,000 square foot of retail?
So we have,
because that's more your transient traffic, right? That's kind of what we're mostly trying to get to. Then we have, an amenity structure like a park to also go to. So
yeah, let me go to this little graph right here. So this is the shared parking graph. So 922 spaces is what we're really dealing with, because you've taken out the 300 spaces associated with the townhomes. You've kind of put them off to the side. So you're really dealing with the 922. So what you're seeing is the orange is representing the multifamily, and the blue is representing let me zoom in a little bit. There we go. The top is a weekday example. The bottom is a weekend example. That dashed line along the top is the full occupancy of the garage. So what you're seeing is that we never actually hit the full occupancy of the garage. There's always some threshold there. And in some parts of the day, it's quite empty. And this goes back to Councilman Hypes, I think it was your question about, when the community wants to come park there, like, is there going to be space available to them? And so my answer to that is like, according to this, if we've done our job correctly in analyzing the data, there should be plenty of space for them to come to. I know that's not a guaranteed answer, but it's the best one I have, is that especially during times of the day where they would want, where they are more likely to come, which would be the evening time and on the weekends. So, sorry.
Are you planning to have third-party services like valet or anything like that to
We
kind of
are.
disperse this traffic for you? Because that's also.
Actually, I
service
also
oriented.
have Glenn Kuntz here from Legacy Parking, who would provide the professional management for this particular project too. So feel free if you'd like to hear some direct answers from him.
No, I want to hear more, but I got another question. So can you walk me through, because I appreciate you walking through that, because obviously the experience. Walk me through the progression plan. You know, I know if you got approved, even starting today, heck, you're 2.5 years in before you're going to get out of it. From a concurrence, it is really hitting the hot button on concurrence, because I think we've unfortunately, there's been issues in the past where it hasn't happened. You know, the intended second phase didn't evolve the way initial plans are. Could have been any kind of voice of reasons. The market's changed, capital markets changed, whatever. But from a regulatory structure, that becomes impactful. So going forward, we always kind of have those. Walk me through your progression plan on the site, and maybe what we can learn from that is where the incorporation maybe of a concurrence would align to a little bit more of your plans.
So, and this goes to Councilman Dorito's question about concurrency for the townhomes. The only reason that the townhomes have to be a second phase is because the office is occupied. So I need a surface parking lot to park the office in until I can complete the parking deck. That's really the only reason. Otherwise, I mean, you guys know this about y'all's city, is that the townhome entitlements are almost as valuable as the apartment entitlements as far as investment is concerned. So there's no reason no earthly reason that I want to wait to develop that surface parking lot into townhomes. That is a viable project that could be done almost more immediately, a simpler construction plan. So I have to get that parking deck open so that the office folks can move into the parking deck before I can tear up the asphalt to develop the townhomes. That's the only reason for the phasing plan. If it wasn't an occupied office building, it wouldn't make any difference, right? But in order to keep it an occupied and going concern, I got to have somewhere for those folks to park, and that's why we did it. So I've been thinking about Councilman Dorito's question since he brought it up. I don't know if I have a great answer for it, because timing-wise, Michael put 2027 because that supports the housing study. The truth is let's say it's approved here in April of 25. There's no way I could get this thing started before, call it the end of summer of 26. And it's a 2.5-year construction period no matter what. Maybe working carefully with the fire department, and this would have to be something that y'all would be okay with, maybe they let me do a CO on the parking deck before the overall building is done. There are some municipalities that will be okay with that, and there are other municipalities that will laugh you out of the office. I didn't even broach the subject with them yet because I didn't want to upset the apple cart. So if that were the case, I could probably get to the townhome property sooner because I could relieve it of its requirement for the parking. But breaking ground end of 26, you're opening up, that's 27, 28, you're into the beginning of 29 before you're getting a CO for a residential building and the retail. So how do you put in concurrency to develop townhomes in 29 when I don't know what the world will be like in 29? It certainly is every bit our intention to get that done. And if we would have overbuilt that parking deck to the tune of multiple millions of dollars in order to free that land up from the surface parking deck. So if I don't know if there's a better guarantee than to say it's we took a parking deck that otherwise would have been, say, maybe 500 spaces or so, and we built an 800 plus parking deck just so that we could develop that land. So if we can't, when we get to 29, we're going to be, I don't know. If we can't when we get to 29, we're going to be looking for a lot of solutions on what is the right product to put there for sale, of course, and working with you guys to figure it out. It's every intention in the world to develop those townhomes, but committing to it 100% for a 29 execution is hard to figure out how to make that happen.
Thanks for walking us through that. You'll ask you to kind of think about it, right? What kind of portion of it, but I appreciate kind of walking through those pieces. So thank you for your time.
Councilman Dorito.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up on Councilman Brady's questions regarding the concurrence topic. Just to be fully transparent, when I went through this plan, the townhomes became a little bit of a, I guess, I wouldn't call it a concern, but just overall the conceptual plan of what you're trying to do is in line with what we're attempting to do to the Brookside area of the city. And then obviously there's going to be some benefits here if this goes through to the city, connecting it to the Greenway and all that good stuff. And opening up that park for more public access that's really not even utilized today. And it's it'll be a beautiful park when we do that. What I'm concerned about, and maybe this is where you need to help me out here, when I looked at the townhouse or phase 2 part of the proposed project, I didn't see a lot of details. It's in black and white. Everything else is in color code in phase 1. And I've seen plans before where developers come with pretty pictures and stuff. And before you know it, there's no concurrence, and there's a real risk to the city from actually realizing the project that we've been presented. And I understand things change, like Councilman Brady alluded to, capital markets, who knows what could happen, right? The change, the current plan 2 or 3 years from now. What I'm concerned about, and the reason why I brought up concurrence is, let's say we're 2.5 years down the road, we approve this as you requested, and the townhouse, which is lacking enough of parking at all, frankly, I live in a development that has townhomes, and the townhomes are always parking all over the street. They don't have enough parking. And it's not just on Thanksgiving, so it's every day. So the parking on the townhomes has to be addressed as far as I'm concerned. But more importantly, what I don't want to see happen is in phase 1, the 5-story rental apartment unit all of a sudden gets flipped over here to do a second one because 2 or 3 years down the road, the markets change or the environment changes that, in order to make this economically viable and build out this phase 2, we're going to request another 5-story rental unit to help support the retail and the office and all that stuff. And that's my concern about not having concurrence on phase 2. So I'd like to try to understand how we can address that to put some sense of condition on making sure that phase 2 is realized. I understand your situation. You outlined, the reasons why, because you got to get the parking deck done and all that good stuff. I get that, but I'm trying to protect the city from approving something that we may not realize in the future, that a future council might sit up here and say, we're going to have to put another 5-story rental unit in there. And that's my concern, because we do try to stay within the ratio of the rental versus owner occupied in the city. We're trying to do that. I've been over to Sandy Springs. I see the 5-story buildings all over the place for retail, and some of them are even higher than 5-story. And, we could only put so much housing in these small acreages around the city. And I know there's a big market these days for rental units and townhomes. I get it, and that's why you're presenting this. So that's my concerns about that. And I'd like to see more details around this phase 2 area, including the parking plan of trying to accommodate parking outside the tandem parking, which I'm assuming tandem's going to be side by side, or are the driveways going to be long enough to
No, so the garage is double.
Okay.
And then the driveway is long enough to put 2 more cars in the
Okay.
driveway. So it's
Okay.
four full per.
Because I do like the owner-occupied units that you're proposing. I'd like to see that because it really plays into the overall concept of what we're trying to do for the Brookside area. And I'll throw out one other question to you, which is completely different, but comes to mind as I'm sitting here thinking about all this new housing, if it goes in on top of the other one we recently approved right in the Brookside area. Have you done an impact on the local schools or what this could do to them?
So, well, that's the one consultant I didn't bring tonight, the Knoll Group, who helps us analyze the rental component, the for sale component, and the retail component of it. The office is something we do ourselves. They ran an analysis based on it's not really rental versus for sale as far as the impact on schools is concerned. It's really 3 bedrooms versus 4 bedrooms versus 2 bedrooms. So one of the conditions for the project is the rental is a very small amount of three bedrooms that are allowed in it, which is where you find most of your school-age children that are going in it. So in actuality, we don't have any 3 bedrooms in our current plan. The document says we can add 5% of the units as 3 bedrooms. That isn't our intention today. So the for sale component of it is really most likely where you would see kids because they're 3 and 4 bedroom units. That being said, there's a study in here. So renter and owner audience mixes, as far as like what we're specifically targeting. So here's a better interpretation. So strong is mature signals, professional couples before kids, right? So there's a moderate, the other strong is empty nesters. So those are our primary target audiences for the rental component. Moderate on families and very limited on young professionals and roommates. So the design of the units, the 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 2 bedroom dens, which is like kind of having a little office if you're a professional. Those are targeted towards the groups that we're looking for, and it's not really very conducive for families that are looking for 3 bedrooms. So the impact of the apartment complex on the school community should be de minimis. The townhomes at 75 townhomes may produce a certain number of kids out of the for sale communities, and I don't have that number for you today,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you.
If you don't mind me interrupting, Mr. Woodman, do you have those school impact numbers? I knew you did.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we do send these proposals when they include residential to Fulton County Schools for a impact statement. That statement showed that the new Prospect Elementary School would generate anywhere between 4 and 101 students, and this is for all of the rental units as well as the for sale units that they're basing this on. Webbridge Middle School the development would generate 0 to 28 students. Alpharetta High School, 7 to 37 students. That's a total of between 11 to 166 students. And they did show that of those 3 schools, that they all had capacity except for Webbridge Middle School, which currently their enrollment exceeds capacity.
Mayor, if I may, I said I was done, but I'm talking about schools. I think you mentioned early on in your presentation that you wanted to help, I'm paraphrasing, incentivize whatever Georgia State expansion in that area, provide, I would assume, student housing type opportunities. Do you see that happening and where students would actually come and rent these units?
So student housing developments is one thing that we do, and they are designed in a very specific fashion. A lot of times they're almost like hotels,
right. They're
like modules. So there'll be like one living room, kitchen, modules be like a double, and then there'll be 3 bedrooms on either side, and it's a 6-bedroom unit, right? Those are very specific. These units are designed for these professional couples, mature signals, so they do not fit this profile. They're not It's not like two masters where you're sharing it as a roommate. So it's not likely that you will find people. But I will say is that many professionals, young professionals, like have gone to evening programs, done stuff like that. So I could see people who live in there and are professional couples, like deciding they want to get their evening MBA or some additional accreditation, like availing themselves of the adjacency of the school. The biggest thing that we heard from the gentleman who runs that campus, Otto, the number one complaint that they get isn't necessarily housing nearby, because I think it's developed a fairly routine pattern of being a commuter school. It's the availability of retail is primarily the biggest
Walkability.
concern. Yeah,
right, from the school. Yeah, I get it.
So that's and lack of green space. So when we talked to Otto about it, he has limited ability to affect the bigger mechanism of the Board of Regents and GSU, but a quad for students to go out onto, somewhere that they can reasonably walk to get to retail. We played around. It was tough to pick exactly where to put the rental building, because putting it on where the townhomes are today and having it be closer to GSU might incentivize them more to invest in that campus, right? But it pulls the retail away from the main street, loses visibility. There's nothing that drags a project down more than suffering retail. Like that has been the truth for a long time. So having it up near the street and visibility is incredibly important to its success. I think this small retail development is incredibly important for the overall success of transforming kind of Brookside small area into more than just an office complex. So we really need this little village to be successful.
I appreciate your honest insights, and I've been intently listening to you, so thank you so much, Mr. Green.
Do we have any more questions? Councilman Hipes.
Thank you. Want to start with thanking Portman for considering Alpharetta for this project. I mean, this is exciting for us as a city, and I know it's exciting development for you. And at least I'll just tell you from my vantage point, very much appreciate your faith in Alpharetta for your investments in terms of bringing something forward. Still working on some of these details. Can you show me on the site plan where the parking turnaround issue came up during Planning Commission, so that we can then in turn try to address that issue?
It's right here. So as you come in, well, let me zoom out for a second. So as you come in, you can peel off and go into the parking deck here. You can come down. This roundabout allows flexibility to go back out to Old Milton or to curve off. The valet is intended to live here in front of the office building, and there's a secondary entrance to the parking deck that's over here, so the valet can quickly move cars out of the way of the general circulation. And this length here is, you can notice it has a slightly different coloring scheme to the rest of it. It's not intended to be asphalt. It's more of a softer surface, so it doesn't feel like it's a road necessarily. It feels a little bit more like a path. But its intent is to be there as multifunction. So the valet kind of whips in there. You can take the cars up to the deck. There's enough room to stack them when people are leaving. You can get your car and then have access to that roundabout, which gives you ultimate flexibility to go anywhere. So that's if you come down. If you come through the 4-pack of retail buildings, you can exit here. But if you come down to this location and you go to park behind R7, R6 between the townhomes, you are met with a dead end. And that's where the issue came up in the Planning Commission, is that they want to be able to make sure you can turn around.
And you immediately recognized that when you were having dialogue at Planning Commission and said, you would clean that up. What is your proposal in writing? What does that look like?
The simplest execution of it is you lose a little bit of the length of the parking. So you'd sacrifice a couple of the parking spaces, for which we would need to make up for them in another location in the parking deck. But you give people the opportunity to turn around. Like it's too cramped to do a full circle. Or you bring it back to the road up to the other side, which would bring across this green space here, which is not my favorite idea in the world. I'd rather have the green space than a road that simply connects back to it. That would give you the ultimate flexibility to circle through the parking lot if you wanted to take more than one trip around. You already kind of have that functionality up here because you can circle this, but you don't have that functionality here. So you have to, if you go down here, you have to turn around. So we have to fix that. Like that's
And is that a function of, you got your site plan, but you also have the size of the R7 building, and I don't know how far down the road you are in terms of, filling those buildings and specifically, but, I mean, is there room to do the wraparound, or what is your proposal if it's a turnaround? And how's that going to work when Councilman Brady's coming out for lunch, because he likes to park right in front of the restaurant, and he's got a large vehicle, or I don't know. I know Commissioner Martine said she drives a great big vehicle. I remember her saying that. So
Escalade specifically.
So I'm looking for a solution that we can put into a recommendation that you could live with, so that we can add that to the list, so that we can clean that up, as you noted.
Shrinking R7 back to connect it back. Personally, I think just being a driver of retail establishments like we all are, kind of like Anna tells me in the background, as long as you have a driver's license, you're technically a traffic engineer. So I personally feel like bringing it back up to connect to allow for full circulation is going to be a significantly better idea than having people make a 3-point turn to turn around, because they generally don't appreciate having to do that very often. I don't like the idea of bringing that road up there across R7 and reconnecting it, because I don't like the road being next to the road in that way. But I do think that would provide a better circulation.
All right. Continuing with the same theme of putting some recommendations in writing, what do you propose as a recommendation or condition for the street parking in the townhome community?
So I think 15 is the right number, which means there needs to be another 10.
Needs to be another
10. Probably 2 pods of 5. That probably means I need to bump the townhomes around a little bit. It may even cost, on this particular plan, it may cost me a townhome or 2, but I think it's the saleability of the townhomes is somewhere somebody wants to live is like not, it's more important.
Yeah, I live in a townhome community, and holidays, when it's a holiday just by looking out at the many guest spots that we have in our townhome community. So if we didn't have those guest spots, I don't know, it'd be chaos. Just speaking from experience, that's all I got. Do we have, and I'll look over there and I'll look to you, is there any percentage rental restriction in the recommendations? It's already in there? On the townhomes?
It's 10%.
It's already in there. I was looking for it and I didn't see it, but, okay. All right, last point for me, question for you. There's some great existing assets here for this to be a tremendous development. And the bridge that could be built from the Greenway over is a tremendous asset, because the Greenway is amazing. Georgia State's amazing, but the park is amazing. And if the park is walled off and not accessible to any meaningful degree to the public from this development side, it becomes a public space that's sort of privatized by your development, that enhances your development but diminishes the utility to our residents. So you've already got all the sight lines drawn, but I'm real curious that how inviting is this parking, the signage, et cetera, so somebody comes and experiences this beautiful park adjacent to your great development?
So the way I imagine them accessing it if they park in the parking deck. So first off, coming into it, it's going to be very clear where visitors park. So the street parking and the first floors of the parking deck are visitor parking. So that piece of it should be clear. I say should because you could literally sign the entire world, and I'm sure somebody would miss it, but it should be clear. So if you're in the development, there's two ways to walk out. One is coming through here if you are visiting the retail. The other is through here onto the multi-use path that takes you back towards the connection. So you can do one of two things. You can swing up to where the city's connection is on Old Milton Parkway, or you can come straight down and hit the trails that are down here immediately already existing in Brookside Park. Or if you wanted to get a little bit more steps in, you could swing down here, and then this S version comes back down and connects to the trails. Now, the issue with that is that the bridge connection is going to be on the north side. So if we're successful in getting the grant, the federal grant, what I hope can happen, and I can't commit to it, but what I hope can happen is that the federal grant will help us leverage the connection on the north end so that we can leverage the impact fees to make a connection on the south end. And then what you end up with is a spur. So like if you're going up and down the Big Creek Greenway, you could peel off at the south end, whip through the development, like past the little amphitheater up to the retail, and then hit it back without retracing your steps all the way through, or hit Old Milton Parkway if you're headed somewhere else. And vice versa, coming down, you can whip through heading to the south. Like, I think that creates the best opportunity to activate Brookside Park, because now you've given people a reason to come loop through the park, and you've given them retail to say, like, hey, you know, we're halfway through. This is roughly about halfway from Roswell all the way up to the end up there.
So you've got 4 different users here. I believe there's been an experience, I can't speak for anybody else, of where we've had development in Alpharetta with some nice, pristine assets, natural assets. And then after the development gets built adjacent to those assets, they sort of start feeling like, you know, that's ours. You know, that's not the city's, that's ours all of a sudden, because our building's right next to it. You know, we don't want anybody walking behind our building because we got this nice asset. And so you've got apartment dwellers, you've got F&B, you've got an office, and anybody could be in that office. I mean, it used to be Clorox, used to be the big tenant in there. And then you got townhome developers. And what I'm really focused on is making this inviting to 70,000 residents of Alpharetta, not all on the same day, but who understand that they are welcome to go to that park, and it feels welcoming. And without a feeling that here's this nice Portman development with an office building and some apartment dwellers sitting by the swimming pool and some homes, and they're like, no, you know, you're not welcome here. So I'm probably concerned about nothing, but I'm focused on maximizing the experience.
So the best way for us to communicate welcomeness is really the path that we are creating behind the building, which is the one I'm highlighting here. And so it's hard to get scale for that. So that's a 12 to 14 foot wide path. So it's like that's a multi-use path. Like this is here for the community type of path. Now it also doubles like as the fire lane, right? So it is sufficiently structurable enough so that the fire truck can get behind the building, right? So, but we said, like, why just sit and have grass pave or an empty spot for the fire lane when we can connect this up here? So it's a little bit off the page here. That's the front entrance to the park right there. So we're whipping back and connecting it into y'all's entrance to the park as if saying, like, hey, here's the front door from the city, and you can go this way and get down to the park, or you can come around past the building and get to the park, or you can come around past the building and dump out into the retail. So the best way to make the most open-handed gesture for people to come is to make that multi-use path lit with with typical street accoutrements that for people to recognize that it is there for folks to use. So it's not our intent to capture.
I believe you have great intent. I really do. I just, the execution of it, just maximizing it, starting with the experience of somebody driving, parking, and feeling like they can walk out there and from there take their bike and walk out and go on to the greenway from there, should they choose. But that's all my questions and commentaries. So thank you.
I believe Councilman Mitchell's been waiting for the opportunity.
I'll make this quick. Can we go back to the area next to the 7 building, number 7?
Next to the 7 building.
It was just a question. Instead of creating another lane and reducing the size of R7 to where it's not usable, why can't, and I'm sure Pete, if he were here, would have an explanation, but why can't that continue on through, remove the street tree and have a right turn only there? And then to come back into the development, you can go down the next street if you have to. Is that too many curb cuts, or is that what Pete would say?
It was not accepted as an alternative.
It was not. So it was presented but not accepted.
Yes.
I just hate to have another street take up the greenway and the green area.
Selecting the locations of the curb cuts was complicated because the one that we're using is currently used by that bank today. So if you picked another one in the center, then you're still and you leave that one for the bank alone, then you're still bumped up against each other, and you haven't provided a curb cut for your homeowners, which I really feel like the homeowners want their own kind of arrival experience. So that's why we ended up saying, all right, let's pick the one up for the bank and keep it on the north side, and let's give the homeowners an alternative option to bypass any of the internal transportation for the retail and give them another. I would have went for the southern edge, but that road back there on the southern side of the property is actually it's actually owned by the church, and it sits. It's an easement from GSU. So it's not impossible that they could one day say, okay, you can have a curb cut right there, but they certainly weren't in the mood talking about it on a potential rezoning case. So I think the church would generally be okay with it. Getting through some of the layers of approval through GSU is a little challenging sometimes, but it's not off the table to go back and try again and come back to y'all at a later date and say, hey, we were successful to get this connection. And
it just seems like the easiest solution to that, because 90% of the people drive smaller vehicles anyway these days, but not everybody does. But
I would, Councilman Mitchell.
I don't, but most do.
That was our preferred request, was to ask for another curb cut right there. And part of the logic is that the more, Brookside Parkway wants to move slow. We don't want to encourage it to move fast, right? So that was not.
Somebody's cat's out.
Somebody. The road diet, kind of the shrinking of it, we think that's fantastic. Adding the additional bike lanes and adding the multi-use path on our side, which is awesome, right? Connecting that into the multi-use paths that we're creating behind the building is even going to be better. So we're excited about that. Adding curb cuts kind of helps with some of the it adds reasons to slow down on Brookside Parkway. Downside of that is it adds more conflict points to bikers that are passing through additional transportation spots. I think it's better to have the flow and the additional curb cut, but you can go either direction on that and say I'd rather not have that many interactions with pedestrians and bikers.
Thank you. And I just want to ask Tom Harris if he could leave his cat at home next time. Thank you.
Now, I'm hoping that there are no more questions. However, I'll give you one last opportunity. Seeing none. Thanks, sir. Ms. Shapiro, do we have anyone that wanted to speak in favor of this
I do not have any comment cards for those in favor.
However, if there's anyone that would like to come forward and speak in favor of this item, now is your chance to do so. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards in opposition?
I do not have any, Mr. Mayor.
Once again, however, if anyone has anything to say in opposition to this item, now's your chance. Seeing no one come forward, we'll close public comment. Do I have any motions from council at this time?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion and get to my starting point here. Mayor, I make a motion that council approve MP-25-03/CLUP-25-02/V-2502, the Portman Brookside MP Pod A, subject to the 42 conditions set forth in the staff report, with the following modifications to the existing conditions: that anywhere there is a height reference to buildings, that it be modified to read the lesser of the number of stories or number of feet for the height of that structure. And in addition, adding new condition number 43, that applicant will connect the parking lot on the south side of building marked R7 and connect that parking lot to the ingress from the curb cut that is to the south and east of the building currently shown as R7, leaving it to the applicant's discretion to adjust the size of building R7 as they determine. And new condition 44, that the townhomes will have a total of 15 street parking spots, the placement to be determined by the applicant with agreement of staff. And I believe that's my motion.
Second.
I believe that was Councilman Brady that seconded that.
Could I add a friendly amendment before?
Yes, you may.
On number 43, can we add the language "or find an alternative cut through to Brookside Parkway," either or?
Gentlemen?
I'm not comfortable with accepting the amendment absent a determination that we could have two curb cuts. Are you proposing a curb cut or something alternative to
I'm
it?
proposing if the other property owners are okay with a curb cut and our engineering is okay with it, that would be an alternative they can consider, besides reducing the building and changing all of that.
If that can be done legally and otherwise, then I accept.
Do we have clarity?
Yes, accept also.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Welcome. All right, any discussion? Councilman Mitchell.
I would just like to say thank you, Portman Development, for also considering Alpharetta. This is exciting. This is an area of our city that needed revitalization, and I can't wait to see how this transforms that area, and hopefully Georgia State will continue to expand here, and there's not a better place in the state to do business. So if this goes through, welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for letting us come.
Councilman Brady.
I'd like also to add some comments. First of all, thank staff. I mean, this is a long time coming for really in all the city for identifying this, right? I mean, this was part of our comprehensive plan for 2040, is to identify this particular area. That gave us the roadmap to really look at this. Then all of a sudden to kind of go out and look at what we identified was an older product that was somewhat evolving, right, with some kind of stress, and then to kind of adapt to what the new kind of functionality would be on that, and to create that new program that you guys kind of provided today. Thank Portman for going through this. You know, it's a lot to kind of consider in each part of it, and fully recognize it also contains some multifamily. And to me, it was really great to look at not just this pod, and anybody who takes just today is take a greater look at literally all of this kind of area for Brookside, you know, all the way out. We have senior living there. We have a lot of other amenities, the park and everything else that really kind of contributes into this. And with hopes this will kind of evolve and really be a spectacular amenity for all of Alpharetta to kind of come and enjoy. The educational structure is really kind of close to my heart. I'm passionate to do that. I know it's not student housing, and we can't call it student housing, but I can tell you I went to Georgia State and went through the MBA program. My son accepted a master's program, and he will be at the Alpharetta campus of Georgia State. He will be housed there, and he has a job. So he is one of those young professionals that I kind of agree we probably won't attract to student housing, but there absolutely will be an educational structure here that will be solved by the housing that we're developing today. And to me, that warms my heart to really kind of develop a better educational campus that I think what you will do tonight will really spark that. I think Georgia State will be energized, you know, and it just takes time, right? It's a chicken and the egg. One has to happen before the other happens, but I hope this is the seed to really see energy in this kind of corridor than what you see, and I think it's just a lot of planning to really kind of get to it, and it's a complex plan, but when you really look at this overall broad application, I just want to thank everyone involved, thank staff, the city, and the applicant.
Councilman Dorita.
I want to echo my colleagues' comments. This is exciting to have something like this come before the city for consideration. This is an area that is vital to our continued economic viability as an organization to attract investment, continuous investment here, and to keep our retail spaces in the city vibrant, as well as you know, take an area of the city that is a significant piece of the city that is under desperate need for revitalization. And I think this project by the Portman Group is going to be part of the reason why we see this area of the city really become a vital area of both commerce, housing, and enjoyment, walkable area of the city that it currently isn't really walkable today. It's got some tremendous features that this project and others will capitalize off of, and I think it meets the vision of what this, at least this city council and our community development staff has worked really hard on trying to generate investment in that area and revitalization for the future of the city. And then I want to thank Ms. Hill and Mr. Green for your presentation and your team being here this evening. It means a lot to us to have a quality developer like Portman invest in our city, and I want to thank you also personally for your commitment to helping grow our city in the way that the vision of this city council and our staff has envisioned and put a lot of time and effort into developing. So thank you very much.
Councilman Heights.
Thank you, Mayor. I just love serving this city on the city council. We have been blessed with some amazing projects around this city, any one of which would be like a once-in-a-lifetime project for a city, and we've had all kinds of different opportunities, but every one of them is unique, and the story that's being told here is about first-in-class redevelopment. And this is not an accident. This is happening because of the foresight and the planning of our Community Development Department with this LCI to lay out a plan that enabled Providence Group to find a place to build their townhomes, that enabled this project to come forward. And it took the courage of council and prior councils to make the changes and be proactive and lean into the ubiquitous 4- and 5-story office buildings with 30% vacancy and reimagine what it can be for our city and what it can mean for investment for folks to make our city better and make money in the process. And this is a story of quality redevelopment. That's what this one happens to be about. And, you know, when you add these assets of Georgia State next door to it and the Greenway and the park, it's just a thrill to sit up here and see folks who want to come and make this sort of investment in our city. Appreciate that. Thanks to our council members and our mayor and our community development to provide that framework. And don't know what this vote's going to go, but sounds pretty good. So,
Any other discussion? So it's been a few hours already, so I'll be brief. I'm very proud of our organization for putting us in a position to be entertaining this item tonight. And quite frankly, we've had an opportunity to work with your organization for several months now. And I take great pride in creating a city and an organization here that attracts people of your level of skill and competence and, quite frankly, candidness. I mean, there's a lot of people that just come in here and they see dollar signs and try to figure out some way to get what they want, regardless of what it leaves behind in the community. And I'm grateful for the way you do your business, and it's certainly clear to me after having these discussions why Portman Holdings has been so extremely successful. I wish you the best. I'll support the item. So that being said, before anybody has anything else to say, all those in favor of the motion, please vote yes. And it does pass unanimously. Congratulations. Now, we have been sitting here for 3 hours, and I know we're running late, but I think we need about a 5-minute break just to stretch our legs and maybe do a few other things.
Joel, do you need it? Joel? Joel, do you need any time to get us back live? You're good? Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll reconvene. And so now we'll move on to new business. That's the next portion. And I will note for the record, just in case you didn't catch this earlier, that item E that was printed on the agenda has been deferred. So we'll move on to new business this evening. And the next item under new business is collaborative agreement, Pillar EMS Academy. Director Robinson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're asking you to consider approval of a collaborative agreement between the City of Alpharetta and Pillar EMS Academy. Basically, long story short, this is the academy that we use for our EMT training for our fire academy that's coming up again this year. It'll be our third one. Just so you know, there's a mistake there. It says budgeted item. No, this is a budgeted item. We do have a budget line item for this to cover this completely with budget funds, employee training there, as you see there. So anyway, this is the company that we've chose to go with, and the company we would like to utilize for our EMT portion of our fire academy that's coming up in August.
Thanks, sir. Do we have any questions for Director Robinson on this item? Well done, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards on this item?
We do not, Mr. Mayor.
However, if anyone would like to come forward and speak on the Pillar EMS Academy, now's your chance. Seeing none come forward, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, sir. Mayor Girvin, I make a motion to approve the collaborative agreement between the City of Alpharetta and Pillar EMS Academy, LLC, for public safety employee training from 2025 through 2027, and authorize the mayor to execute all necessary documents.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Will, second by Councilman Dorito. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please vote yes. And it does pass unanimously, so we'll move right on to the next business item, which is purchase approval for a 2024 Ford F-550 dump truck for recreation parks and cultural services. Director Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Always good to be here with the City Council. We are asking to buy a dump truck. It was approved in the capital budget at $100,000. Staff went around to the various dealerships. We found a dump truck at $86,754. That is on the lot, and as soon as we get this approved, we can go get the dump truck and put it in service immediately. Just so you know, the state contract price was $10,000 higher than what we're paying for it by going and getting it. So,
outstanding, sir. Councilman Will, any comments?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'd like to say thank you to Director Rogers for saving us $10,000. And I got to drive the water truck. Do I get to drive the dump truck?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Thank you.
We'll put it in, as soon as we put it into service, we'll let you dump.
Any other questions for Director Rogers? Thank you, sir. Ms. Shapiro?
We have no public comment cards.
Would anyone in the public like to come forward and speak on the dump truck? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, Mayor, I make a motion that council approve purchase of a 2024 Ford F-550 from Billy Howell Ford in an amount not to exceed $86,754 and authorize mayor to execute all necessary documents.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Hypes and a second by Councilman Brady. Any discussion? All those in favor of buying the dump truck as proposed in the motion, please vote yes. I'm trying.
If you could just give us 1 second.
Not a problem. There we go. The suspense is killing me. And it does pass unanimously. Next item under new business is the ordinance for the city code text amendments, and that's the massage and spa establishments. This is the second reading. The first reading of this item occurred on April 14th, 2025, at the city council meeting and public hearing. And Ms. Eswine, I believe you need to read that ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance by the mayor and council of the city of Alpharetta, Georgia, amending Article 9 of Chapter 10 of the Code of the City of Alpharetta to amend regulations regarding massage establishments and spa establishments, to repeal conflicting ordinances, and for other purposes. And you are correct, this is the second reading. There have been no changes to the ordinance since the first reading, and so I'd ask for direction or approval tonight.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions for Ms. Eswine? Seeing none, do we have any public comment cards?
We do not, Mr. Mayor.
However, if anyone would like to come forward and speak on this massage ordinance, now's your chance. Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, make a motion to adopt the ordinance to modify Chapter 10, Article 9 of the Code of the City of Alpharetta to require enhanced identification and fingerprinting background checks to provide for additional requirements for application for licensing and permitting, to provide for renewal applications, to amend regulations to authorize the denial of a license or permit, to repeal conflicting ordinances, and for other purposes.
Second.
Excellent. Councilman Will with the motion, and second by Councilman Mitchell. Any discussion? All those in favor of the item as outlined in the motion, please vote yes. And it does pass unanimously as well. So we'll move right on to the ordinance, the city code text amendments for the Recreation Commission. This, once again, is the second reading. First reading of this item occurred during the April 14th, 2025 city council meeting and public hearing. And once again, Ms. Eswine will read the ordinance and present.
An ordinance by the mayor and council of the city of Alpharetta, Georgia, amending Article 3 of Chapter 2 and Article 2 of Chapter 32 of the Code of the City of Alpharetta to replace the current Recreation Commission with the Recreation Board. So, as you know, you had previously directed that some changes be made to the ordinance as read on the 14th, and those changes have been made. So specifically now, the terms of the Recreation Board members will coincide with their appointing member from council, and rather than having 7 members with 2 alternates, we're keeping the composition as it is with 9 members. However, because of that, the mayor will get 3 appointees while the rest of the council will get a single appointment, and we reconciled that with the ordinance. The Recreation Board actually considered this, or the Recreation Commission considered this last Wednesday and made a few comments which we incorporated. However, they weren't substantive. It was just tweaking some language, specifically with respect to state boards versus city boards and how they were defined, since we only have 1 state board, just tweaking the language there, and otherwise making some language a little bit more consistent throughout, but nothing substantive.
Any questions? Councilman Dorito.
Ms. Eswine, I can't pull it up on my laptop here, but was the change made on the appointment time of the appointments, meaning serving at the pleasure of either the mayor or the city council? Is that?
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Any discussion? Ms. Shapiro?
No public comment cards for this item.
Any public comments? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, Mayor, make a motion that council adopt the ordinance to modify Chapter 2, Article 3, and Chapter 32, Article 2 of the Code of the City of Alpharetta regarding creation, powers, duties, and obligations of the Recreation Commission to repeal conflicting ordinance as and for other purposes.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Hypes, and I believe Councilman Dorito had it by a hair. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion to approve, please vote yes. And it does pass unanimously as well. So that'll wrap up the new business portion of tonight's meeting. And I believe we do have an executive session tonight. I need a motion to vote to recess to executive session.
Motion to recess to executive session.
Second. Have Councilman Will for the motion to recess in executive session, second by Councilman Mitchell.
The topics tonight, Mr. Mayor, property acquisition and litigation.
Thank you, sir. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion to recess into executive session, please vote yes. We will be back shortly. Do we have a motion to reconvene? We have a motion by Councilman Will, second by Councilman Dorito. Any discussion? All those in favor of reconvening, please vote yes. And we have reconvened. Is there anything else we need to take care of this evening?
I think just formality purposes, you probably should just call for some public comment since it's on the agenda and see if there's any reports. But then just the one item of old business, and I'm happy to introduce that or have the city attorney introduce that.
All right. Anyone want to come forward with public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do we have any reports this evening?
We're going to get those up.
Councilman Will.
Wanted to make an announcement that the fire department is conducting their annual live fire training at the Cherokee County Fire Training Facility this week from 6 to 10 each night. I'm actually going Thursday night with the chief. Going to charge a fire in a Class 1 firehouse or whatever they call it. Very excited. Using the chief's turnout gear, so I'm going to be on there with all the flames. And there's a promotion ceremony to be held at City Hall Friday at 10 a.m. for the fire department for promotions for their personnel. So those are my two reports.
Mr. Lagerblum?
Yes, and then if we could go to that item of old business, if you just introduce it, we'll let the city attorney present. That's the item, the resolution to condemn item.
Pardon?
That's the resolution to condemn item. If you just introduce it, we'll have the city attorney make a presentation.
All right. So on old business, we have the resolution to condemn parcel 1 of Cummings Street Quarter Improvement Project. Item was first considered and deferred during the April 14th, 2025 City Council meeting. Ms. Eswine, please read the ordinance and present.
A resolution by the mayor and council of the city of Alpharetta authorizing the city attorney to exercise the city's powers of eminent domain to acquire certain interests in property situated in the city of Alpharetta, Georgia, for public purposes, including public transportation purposes. Mayor and council, you previously heard this at the April 14th city council meeting and requested an updated appraisal. And so pursuant to that, we have updated the information for this resolution for condemnation. As you know, this is for 686.3 square feet of fee simple right-of-way with site improvements for landscaping as well as a temporary easement. With the updated appraisal, the just and adequate compensation to be paid into the court's registry would be $18,900, which is up from the $15,400 from the prior appraisal from August of last year.
Thank you, Ms. Eswine. Do we have any questions for Ms. Eswine? Do we have a motion from council?
Mr. Mayor, we do have a public comment card for this item. Ms. Jill Bernard.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jill Bernard, 145 Cummings Street. I did see that it was the 18.9. I got no information in regards to what that appraisal was and how the breakout was that, so I really don't have much to say beyond. I still don't believe that that is an equitable amount of money for it. I did pull the comps that I gave you last time. I also went back to the appraisal date that he did it and pulled comps that were within a year and still came out to basically the same amount that I had, maybe just a smidge lower. I think it was like $800 lower than what I had put on my original one. One of the comps that they originally pulled, and again, the only thing I can talk to because I don't know what they have pulled lately, they used a comp that was in 2023 in March, and that house actually sold again in October of 2023, and they did not use that one. So we just kind of wanted to point that out. I did get a quote on replacing the landscaping that's going to be disturbed, and city had it at giving me a $2,500 credit on that, and my quote was for $5,000. So I just think that that amount of the 18.9 is just not equitable. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Eswine, is there anything else we need to do this evening?
Yes, I would need a vote either to approve the resolution or to postpone.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
A motion to approve the resolution to condemn property interest in tax parcel number 224982, 125-40439. That's the Cummings Street Corridor Improvements Project Parcel 1, and with authorization from the mayor to execute all necessary documents.
We have a motion by Councilman Mitchell. Do we have a second?
Second.
Have a second by Councilman Brady. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion to approve as outlined by Councilman Mitchell, please vote yes. And it does pass 5-1. If we have any other business to continue this evening, anything else? I'll call for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, Mayor.
Councilman Dorito, second by Councilman Will. All those in favor of adjourning, please vote yes. Unanimously. We are adjourned. Don't tell him that, man.